shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. I see a lot of people in here tonight. Hey Star, hey Meow, good to see you. Thank you for being number 15. We have the Analyst, good to see you Analyst. Butter Biscuit, good to see you. We have Jana, hey Jana, and then oh, the Analyst again, hey Analyst. So tonight guys, I wanted to play Chris's video on the lights because it's just so good. I don't want to wait for the part 2 to come out, and I'm sure there's a lot to put together, so I wanted to just go over that tonight, and then when the second part comes out, we'll just go over it then, or we can kind of you know, go over all of it, just depending on what you guys want to do. Hey Marley, good to see you. Good to see you. And so that's kind of the plan for tonight. I did take a clip from Smiley Stories World. It's a clip that's an older clip from Court TV, and it's Dog the Bounty Hunter, and he is saying that Chris Proudfoot and his cohorts allegedly were threatening people in the beginning. And I think that if you followed the case long enough, you know that that's, something that happened back then, and then also possibly could be happening now. Hey, couponing, good to see you. Thanks for the green hearts and purple hearts. Aw, that's sweet. So yeah, I wanted to go over that. I did put like a little sneak peek up, but we'll watch the video here. I added in some more details because in this clip, Dog talks about possible trafficking. And I know that we've been going over that recently because, it could be a possibility. I don't know why it's perceived by me and a lot of people. I got a lot of positive feedback from the video that I showed, but then I also wanted to incorporate Hindsights because she did a little bit more research on what the Yellow Jacket guy was doing in the Texas Roadhouse, used the bathroom, and then it doesn't look like he got any food or anything like that. He was just kind of creeping around. It was really busy that night. Hey, Just Me. Hey, Napanoch Father. Good to see you. And, he was creeping around that night, pretty hard. And it was just weird that he didn't take away any food, right? Because at first I thought he was just kind of like a door dasher or someone who worked the go window, but I don't think that that's probable at this time, especially seeing that he had some either footage or some pictures. And we know that Katie Proudfoot sent pictures to someone. Chris Proudfoot was very quick to raise his hand and say, oh yeah, that was her sending those to me to make sure that Sebastian was eating. But I just don't see that. I really don't. Butter biscuit. Aw, I do. Aw, well, thank you. I really do like AC/DC, and I really like this song for this case because I feel like following the money, Hey Blessed, might be the best way. It's definitely, there's been a lot of money grabbing, right? And also I think that people who will get paid for basically, they'll do anything for money. Sometimes it doesn't take much, even though the price of a human life is something that we cannot even begin to put a dollar sign on, right? But unfortunately, there are some sleazy people out there that don't have a problem doing whatever it is for money. And we see that in true crime a lot. They do a lot of like busts on that particular subject, like offing people for money, things like that. So if you watch Dateline long enough, you will see that. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Meow. I'm glad to hear that. But Butter Biscuit, I am sorry about your brother, and I know I kind of grew up with rock, and that was my dad's thing. So just kind of how I express myself. But I also like Pink Floyd too, and I thought that would be a cool mashup, so they wouldn't ding me on copyright, and then also just something fun for us to listen to. So I'm so glad you guys enjoy it. I'm so glad to be here with you all tonight. You guys are so awesome. And so I know that we were going to kind of talk about the real estate connection, and we can definitely do that too. I have a couple of little tidbits I'd like to read off to you. I'm not sure that I want to pop anything up on the screen and share it because some of the information is a bit sensitive. However, I don't think that it's off limits by any means. And I also think that it's worth discussing because as we were talking about last night, when you're a realtor, you have access to lots of different properties, lots of different homes, land, foreclosures that maybe people, they're all boarded up, things like that. So it's kind of scary, and maybe people might drive by and think, okay, that's a trap house or something like that, when really there's a child inside there or someone has been abducted. And so I think that it's important to kind of examine what type of connections are there. Also, the law enforcement connection, because to me, it's huge. Hey Trishy, good to see you. One of her favorite songs is Another Brick in the Wall, Napanoch Father. That's so cute. Yeah, that is a great song. That's what my dad used to always say, that, like, how can you get any pudding if you don't eat your meat? So that was a way to get us to eat sometimes. Like, you can't have dessert or whatever. That's so cute. So yeah, I think we'll just kind of dive into that tonight and discuss a little bit about that. I do have someone who sent me over some really awesome research. Well, there's a couple of people. So I've been trying to kind of compile it up, but I want to make sure things are matching up. And then also, um, there's some really nifty websites from the assessor's office that you can kind of look up and see, um, what has really what's kind of going on, with the real estate, who owns it, how long they've had it, different things like that. And it's just a really good way to kind of piece the puzzle together using county records. And, that way we know that we're getting, some really good information that is more accurate than, say, taking a guess or using one of those like people finder websites, because I don't think those are all the time accurate. I mean, you can find some pretty decent information on there, but some of them aren't really up to date, I guess I should say. Um, Yeah, Napanoch Father. One thing I can say about say without music, this world would be a little just a little sadder. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, and I think that music can convey a lot. There's some instrumental music that I use, and it's really powerful when you put it with the clips, and so I enjoy doing that. So I agree with you, and it can convey a lot of emotion too, that you wouldn't typically find if it's just kind of like without. So I agree with that. And the analyst says, wonder if BS have connections to pet owner. I know. And see, in my opinion, yeah, very possible. Hey, Chloe Jade, good to see you, hon. Yeah, so it's very possible, right? And when Dog brought that up before, I was kind of, I won't say I was dismissive, but I also really was thinking, I don't know if that is something that's on my top list, and I've said that. But then watching it again today, I thought, let's go into it and let's see if maybe we can kind of see what we all think about it, because it is something that seems to be through his research that there were some pretty sick individuals out there that were targeting children, and not only just children, but vulnerable children with special needs. And so, I mean, there's just a special kind of place down under for those people, and that's all I can really say about that, because I just feel like they don't get near as much time as their offense should allot for those people. But let's go ahead and just watch this first one, and then we'll get into Chris's video. It's just so well done, guys. And if you haven't had a chance to go over and watch, there's another live that I believe he either did, if it was last night or the night before, but he breaks down kind of a little bit more into his theory about what happened, and it includes something about a blind spot. And I watched a bit of it today, but I wasn't able to fully grasp everything, and so I just didn't want to pull it in. But that's not to say that we won't. But I find it interesting that he's kind of working this theory out and piecing things together to kind of create a picture so we get a better understanding of what we're looking at and what his theory is kind of evolving into. So it's very interesting. But here we go. Let's do this one first.
Well, I don't mean to spin this, but you said a lot of law enforcement and volunteers and all that were out there searching. Let me tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. Chris Proudfoot was threatening all kind of people that they should go home. Why are they there? He allegedly sprayed some neighbor with water, because they were asking. So a lot of people, let's say, tried to help and volunteer, but Proudfoot and his cronies, or maybe by himself, was threatening them, stopping them, and I don't know why the people that were threatened and threatened by him allegedly didn't call the police, or what is it called, the TBI? I don't know why the TBI hasn't done nothing, unless they're neck deep in it too. I talked to one of the guys, and it was ridiculous. We want the FBI, the marshals. We need the FBI. We need the marshals in on this. And let me tell you about them. They will find what happened to the little boy. They will find Sebastian what happened to him.
What do you think happened to him, Dwayne? I mean, it seems it's very hard to get your head around that he has not turned up in after this long of a period of time. Do you believe he was abducted? Is he? What's your gut telling you now that you know enough and have invested enough here? What's your gut say?
Well, first of all, please call me dog. That's okay to call me dog. And there's a lot of possibilities. Okay, the worst possibility, of course, you could guess that. But we've checked into sex slaves. There's a lot of kids that are autistic that it's unbelievable, from 5 to 18 years old, little boys and little girls that are in the sex trade. They're catching them right now all over Tennessee. They just caught a kid, I think 8 or 9 years old, yesterday or the day before. So, we want to show those kids pictures of Sebastian. We want to show them those little kids got, sometimes they can ID someone a lot better than anyone else. So we want to show those kids pictures. But again, the ones that I guess found the kids is the TBI. I hate to sound redundant, but we need the federal marshals and we need the feds in on this.
You mentioned the Proudfoots, Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot, for those who haven't been following this, is the mother of Sebastian. She was the last person to see him. Chris, the stepfather, and we invited them on tonight. We did get a hold of them. They declined. You mentioned the Proudfoots, Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot, for those who haven't been following this, is the mother of Sebastian. She was the last person to see him. Chris, the stepfather, and we invited them on tonight. We did get a hold of them. They declined. We invited them on tonight. We did get a hold of them. They declined.
Okay, guys, thank you so much, Butter Biscuit. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Analyst. So, guys, one thing that really got me too about this whole trafficking ring that was busted is that Dog says that if we could get the children who were rescued from this to possibly take a look at a picture of Sebastian, that they could probably be a better judge if they maybe saw him somewhere. Because sometimes, and it's a hard subject to talk about, but sometimes these kids are kind of moved around from place to place together, right? And so, and sold and trafficked, right? And so maybe someone did encounter Sebastian while they were being trafficked, right? And so he said that if we could show these kids a picture of Sebastian and see if somebody could positively identify him, then we could possibly find him more easily. And this was right before the 6-month mark that this aired. And we know that the feds got involved, but the TBI is the one who busted this ring. And so he seemed to have been having trouble with getting the FBI's cooperation in identifying Sebastian, or hey, Mama Cedar Street, thank you, Trishy, or getting a picture to these kids so we can see if they could ID him or not. I mean, it's possible that we couldn't, but it's also possible that they could, right? And so he said that the federal marshals need to get involved and the feds need to get in on this. And so, you know, I believe that maybe some of that prompted the FBI to get involved. It could have been because there was 6 months, it was the 6-month mark, but either way, they offered the $50,000 reward, and, they seemed to have Sebastian in the database, right? He was on the FBI's most wanted database, and you could go and find him there. And so, and then they printed, they had the new flyer, which is behind me, although they just recently changed the date over to him last being seen on February 25th, the night of. And it doesn't really say, much else besides this change in red. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was last seen on February 25th, 2024 in the area of Stafford Court in a sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and a black square framed glasses, right? Sebastian has a medical condition that may impede him getting home by himself without assistance. And it also gives the phone number for the TBI, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, is that 451-3838. And you can also send tips over to TBI at tbi.tn.gov, right? And so that's been the latest from the FBI. They just changed that information about a month ago, roughly. And so around the year mark. So, yeah, analysts, the Walmart sighting claim, also gas station sighting, if truck with a teen in the front seat sleeping. Melissa said, that he might have gotten into a car and fell asleep. I do remember that, and then woke up. Yes, I do remember that, as if he might have snuck into the car, right, fell asleep, somebody drove to work, and then he was in the back seat. I remember that. Hey, Hindsight, good to see you. And so, basically, I will say this about the Walmart sighting. So I think it was probably around maybe the 4th or 5th month that I had been doing videos on the case. I did have someone leave a comment telling me about the Walmart sighting, but it kind of had already been debunked, and I didn't really give a whole lot of weight, but I told them that they could email me any information that they have and I would look at it. But they really didn't. But they were upset because they were like, well, I've called several, YouTubers and, called into lives and things like that, and people really weren't receptive to hearing about it. Hey, Mama Risa. And so the reason that I wasn't, I'm going to try to say this as delicately as possible, because I don't want to deter people from ever, reaching out and telling anything. I think sometimes people feel comfortable telling certain people things, so I get that. But this particular person did call in to a live show, and I was in the audience, and I heard the person saying they had saw Sebastian, and then they started talking about Jeffrey Dahmer, and I was just completely like deflated, because at first I was like, oh wait, you saw him at Walmart, like, oh my gosh, so I'm listening right, and I'm like, oh wow, okay. And then the next thing he starts, like, he's like, yeah, I went to like lunch with Dahmer or something weird, or like I knew Dahmer from someplace. And it was just very reminiscent of somebody inserting themselves into a case, and then it made it very it discredited what he was saying, and so I didn't hold a lot of weight to it, and then they never did email me. Hey Holly S, good to see you. Now the other sighting, I'm sorry, I meant to keep yours popped up. There, the other sighting that I remember hearing about was the Speedway, and I know that JLR tracked that lead down. So I don't know if I'm not sure if it was something um, that was credible, but we just never know, because it could be something just like kind of reminds me of the flashlight video, right? Where it could be something down the line, but right now it's not really anything, right? But it's always important to kind of remember those little details, analysts. So I'm glad that you brought it up, because it's good when people have sightings and tell law enforcement. And the very first thing I would ever do if I did see someone who looked like Sebastian, I'd go up to him and say, Sebastian, is that you? But I would also be on the phone with 911, like immediately, before I even went up to him, because, or whoever the adult was with him, I might even just go up there and kind of nose around a bit, say hi, and but I would definitely have law enforcement on the horn and try to keep them, where and wait for law enforcement to show up, because that's the biggest thing. And I know Seth had brought that up on his live. He wants us to call it in right away, so that way they can get on the ball with it and see if maybe it is him, and they're going to know, they're going to be able to do the best job, way better than we would ever be able to do. But time is of the essence, right? So we just have to make sure that we get those in as soon as possible. But like his mom said, and I know that there's a lot of people who feel certain ways about Katie Proudfoot, and I do as well. But I listen to what she says, and when she says in the first interview on television, not on Duchess for the Missing, but the second interview that they had ever done, she says, if you call his name, he'll look, and I do believe her when she said that. I really do. Butter Biscuit says, even if Sebastian wasn't sold, maybe his case is helping find kids who were maybe not. May not know where Sebastian is, but saving others. And that's very true too. I appreciate that comment. It takes a lot of people to kind of find these kids, and maybe they could recognize someone else. So I think I know that they're probably, well, maybe not even probably, I would say they are traumatized when they're rescued. But maybe after a couple of days, they wouldn't mind coming in. It is part of human nature for us to want to help out, right? And if we can empower and feel better as a victim, that is that's a win, right? That's like a win over whoever did that to them, or all of the people that participated in hurting those children. And it makes them feel empowered and stronger and brave, right? Because they say, I'm helping now, right? And we're going to get this guy. And a lot of people out of their trauma will be interested in true crime subjects because of that. And I think a lot of us in here are that way. Hey, Crafting and True Crime, good to see you. Oh, yes. Hindsight, you did a great job. Hindsight, the video that you did with the yellow jacket guy was amazing, because I was wondering the whole time, like, gosh, I'm gonna have to go through all this footage to figure out what he was doing in the restaurant. And I never did, and you can tell me if maybe in your research you did, but like I never saw any time that he grabbed like a Go container or anything, like food for himself or food for a delivery. So really worrisome, it's concerning. Um, Mama Risa and Napanoch Father says, I wish we could see the original footage of the lights video, because I did not realize until yesterday the video was that we are seeing is filmed off a cell phone. So pretty much video of a video. Right, exactly. I never realized that either, Napanoch Father, and I was so glad that it was broken down that way. I also realized that there was another clip, but I didn't know that there was three. And I am involved in many of the Sebastian Rogers Facebook pages, but I thought there was only one for some reason. So I was glad to kind of get that breakdown too, because it just gives us a better understanding of what we're looking at. And also, it was funny because I never noticed that it was paused and then zoomed in on either. So, just puts it into better perspective for us too. So, um, and yeah, exactly. No wonder we can't see anything clearly. Yeah, and especially because to like I was saying last night, it's like it depends on where our focus is as well, because um we're kind of focused more on the lights and the moving of the people that have the flashlights. But then again, finding out that there was something in the neighborhood that tripped off those motion sensor lights was huge for me too, because I couldn't figure out what did it. I didn't know if it was like um, an animal, like a cat or something, or a dog, maybe even a dog that got loose or something. But he really breaks it down and shows that it was most likely the car that was in the neighborhood. And it makes so much darn sense, because it's like the car activates the lights, right? And then they're sitting there for a minute, so then the motion sensors kick back off. But then when they make more movement, to back out, um, or to back onto Kellen rather, we see the lights cut back on again. So it's really smart work, and I do believe that that's the source that tripped the lights. And Holly S says, I think Don B went up to someone at Walmart and it wasn't Sebastian. I think he called the cops and everything. Oh, good. Yeah, I can see Don doing that. I can see, I'm subscribed to Don B. He was like sweet tea with Don B first. But yeah, I'm subbed up to him. And I do remember that too, Holly. So thanks for bringing that up, because he definitely did. Like I remember that Walmart sighting as well, and you just jogged my memory too. But yeah, and see, that's the best thing that we can do, because even Grandfather Mountain, the sighting at Grandfather Mountain, I did a double take, and you know I thought it looked like Sebastian, especially at first glance, the mannerisms, just kind of the height, his hair was darker, granted, but very, very similar. And even Seth, made sure he went down there. So, I mean, if it was too far off, he wouldn't have, felt the need to do that. So, we all have doppelgangers or lookalikes out there. So it's very interesting. I put my water in the freezer to get it cold really fast, and then I forgot about it. So I just don't want it to leak everywhere. If you guys see that mess I have going on. Hey, Aubrey, good to see you. Or Audrey, good to see you. And Butter Biscuit says some of those kids spotted weren't Sebastian, but did resemble him. Yeah, and I even got a picture of, well, there were sightings at some of the behavioral schools, and then also some of the schools for autistic individuals. And I received a couple of those that were circulating around, that I had already seen. And the one really did resemble Sebastian, and I was just like, oh, goodness sakes, but it didn't, it turned out not to be him. But it's hard to see, you really just gotta, let the law enforcement, verify that stuff. So, I mean, it's definitely a lead. And hopefully one of these days we get a solid lead when it comes to that. And let's see, guys. Butter Biscuit says, I never knew Walmart guy did that, Lord. He made up a heck of a lie. Shame on that crazy fool. I know. Well, and as a new creator, I'm sure he was like, well, let's see if let's see if she believes me. And that's okay. I don't fault him or anything. But I just remember listening to that other live show, and right when he was like, oh yeah, this is about Dahmer, I'm like, oh no, we're not. That's probably not a good, lead. But hey, Deanna, good to see you. The analyst says she also said she thought someone had him. Yeah, well, and I kind of teeter-totter with it all the time. Does somebody have him? I definitely don't think he walked off, obviously. You guys kind of know that about me by now, but maybe just for people who are just coming in, I don't believe that. I think there would have been a sighting for sure. But I'm very open to the possibility that Sebastian is still out there somewhere. I mean, he's obviously out there somewhere. Um, well, you guys know what I mean. I don't have to say it. And Hindsight says, thank you so much, lady. Any questions you have, please ask. Happy to help in any way. Thank you so much. Yeah. And I mean, I think that's just so cool. Like when I saw that you did that, I was like, oh, thank God, because like I really didn't have a good understanding. And also you kind of have to like find all the clips, right? And try to figure out, okay, what piece is it in this, and everything in your video is just very precise. And I just appreciate the heck out of it too. So, cause it is, something that kind of, when you deep dive into it, then the next thing you start thinking is, okay, well, did he get food, and where was he, what was he doing in there? I'll just ask too, what do you think that he was doing in there? Because it's odd. Katie is looking around. When Katie looks around, Sebastian kind of looks with her. He's like, what are you looking at over there? You could see it. It grabs his attention as well. He's very how do I say this? In the Texas Roadhouse video, he's very attentive of his mom. He's always kind of aware and intuitive to what she's doing, and kind of following her lead, right? And there's times where he does. I saw I think another one of your shorts where he looked really nervous, and his hands were doing a bunch of nervous gestures, if you will. And then I also notice when the Yellow Jacket and Katie and Sebastian leave the Texas Roadhouse, because they do it, simultaneously, right? They come out the door, one after another. And he does kind of look back over at Sebastian and Katie as he's walking up to that window. So I just love to know what you think. And the analyst says, I remember J for J was the one who had those first, the lights video. Yes, I do. The Ruckus, right? The Ruckus video. I do remember watching the Ruckus video. And I remember thinking, was it windy enough that night to cause the trees to kind of be swaying back and forth and things like that? You know, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. But I could be wrong. It definitely, if it wasn't a ruckus, it definitely looks like activity to me. But I'm not exactly sure the process that she went through to enhance the video, right? Because there was some green spotting that she was saying that were some lights, that were kind of off in the distance or coming from the houses, like a house light or something like that. Deanna Downey says, I wake up every morning and first thing I do is check if Precious Sebastian has been found. Yeah, that's my top search, is Sebastian Rogers, just always checking. And then also Google too, because I don't believe that YouTube would be the first place, but I always look for updates as well, Deanna. So thanks for letting us know. Um, yeah, I used to like Jay back then. And Napa Noach Father says the lights video breakdown was so good yesterday. It was like a Law and Order episode for me. It's just sad that it's real life though. Yeah, absolutely. It was so good. Like that's why I wanted to wait and do like part 1 and 2 together, but then I was watching it again today and I was like, no, we need to go over this. Just because he did such a thorough job on the live and we kind of went over last night. But then this one is kind of more just like in sequence because it's hard during a live. You have to say hi to everybody. You have to kind of watch chat, right? And then you're kind of presenting and talking. And so sometimes, you might not get everything like in a concise format. And he just did a great job on that. So I agree, Napa Noach Father. I'm glad you enjoyed it too because I really did as well. And the analyst says, yeah, Jay is washed up. Oh no. Analyst, I always pop up the wrong comments. Hey, sweet Sativa. Hey, sweet. Thank you, Trishy, for popping up Hindsight's link. Thanks, guys. I have the best mods ever, just saying. Yes, thank you, thank you. And Mama Risa says, I think I've watched Sebastian's mannerisms and so much research on him and this case. I think I would spot him a mile away. I'm so deeply invested. Hopefully soon I can bring it all out. Yeah, Mama Risa, absolutely. And he, with Sebastian's age and him kind of changing in certain ways, like as in growing older, right, and getting like his hair was getting a little bit darker and things. We could see that in the Texas Roadhouse footage, and I always just try to keep that image in my mind too, because it's so difficult. At first we were getting a lot of like younger pictures of Sebastian, in my opinion, and so that one is just so recent that I've been trying to burn it into my mind, and I believe the one that's up here on the right of the screen is his school picture, the most recent school picture that he had. Although, we don't get to see his beautiful smile. Analyst, it's okay. I just always pop the wrong comments up. It's so funny. Oh, Butter Biscuit says a silver lining. Sebastian has people looking for him everywhere. And even if the child spotted wasn't him, strangers are looking and making calls. That's so right. That is so right. And I agree with that, Butter Biscuit. And that it just means people are doing the right thing, and looking, because you just never know. It could be a grocery store. It could be a gas station. You know what I mean? Moving from place to place and things like that. And I don't know if Sebastian knew, the hand signal, where you go like this and you go like this if you're in danger. I don't know if he knew that. I know it's more geared towards DV, but it can also be something that people use just if they're in danger. So I hope that maybe that was something, Yeah, Mama Risa, Katie's watching that yellow coat guy, in my opinion, as well, just looking around. And then also when she looks over to this side and kind of smiles a little bit, like, she's, it's, it just appears to me that there's a plan, that it's going smoothly, right? That's just how it appears to me. I wish it wasn't so. I wish I didn't feel that way, Sebastian is very observant. Thank you, couponing. He's very observant and he's very aware of his surroundings. You can see that, especially as they're walking out of the restaurant. Now, when he was coming in, and he was holding his ears, I think that he was overstimulated. I think that it was a busy restaurant. It was loud, and he may have been preparing himself to go in, knowing that it's busy and things like that. And it could have been a self-soothing, or it could have just been like, I'm so sick of this crap right now. It could have been a couple of different variables there. But I agree. He's very observant and he's very watchful over his mom, which is very typical for boys, right? They love their moms. And the analyst says she's watching everyone. Yeah, and she definitely looks over right at the bar. She's looking over at that bar. She is she's definitely looking over at that bar, and then she definitely looks over to the other side as well. Um, Oh, Holly. Holly says hindsight's videos broke me, but important for awareness. I know it is very, very important in my opinion too. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking because why are you taking pictures and then why are they ending up on some dude's phone? Like that was so weird to me. Again, when I was looking over at the green hoodie and watching that interaction. And now this is the second person that just went into that restaurant who didn't hang out for long, right? But she was snooping around the parking lot. She's slinking around in the parking lot for quite a while. Um, just went in to use the bathroom. You know, so when we're watching that and the interaction between her and Katie, um, we weren't really paying attention much to what the yellow jacket people were doing. All the person was doing, although we do see the black hoodie guy come in, and he's kind of they're looking over at that interaction. So it was all very strange, But I was more focusing on the green hoodie until I realized, okay, and it was our friend Carol. Carol's like, okay, look at this on his phone, and I'm like, no way. And I even went to the original video that Dog posted and pulled it from there because I just wanted to make sure I was getting an original, kind of like what Napanoch Father was saying earlier. The original is most important to examine because it has not been altered at all. And so I think that's really important. Holly S says, I know they say the Ruckus video was debunked, but I'm willing to have an open-minded enough though Jay came out with it. Yeah, absolutely. Same here. I mean, I definitely watched it when she put it out. And I found it to be valuable. I know that there was, I think it might have been Gray Hughes that debunked it. But I mean, you know, I don't fault somebody for trying ever because it's just trying to figure out what was going on there. And I thought she was very valid. Hey, Sharon, good to see you. Sharon, I forgot I'm going to get you a wrench. I'm going to get you a wrench, I promise. I was like, I know I need to go back through all my videos and make sure I got you. If your name pops up different as a commenter, will you email that to me just so I can find it more easily? Because I need to do that. I did not forget about you. Um, Couponing, that's so sweet. Exactly. Hindsight does awesome videos. Awesome, awesome. Um, and Mama Marisa says, yellow coat guy waited at the entrance inside for 2 minutes plus after he goes off camera. Then yellow coat guy, Katie and Sebastian exited outside at the same time. Yeah, it's so weird, right? And then he's got either photos or a picture of Sebastian. Did he take those himself? Was Katie sending those? I'm not going to put it past anybody that, maybe is a weirdo, right? And maybe Katie had no idea that he had that. But then again, she was also snapping pictures and possibly a video. So we just don't know. I mean, we know that she was holding her hand steady with her phone, kind of like this, and she was taking pictures. And then Chris Proudfoot volunteered that was him receiving the pictures on Elevated Truth. And that's just odd for him to do that, I think, because who offers that kind of information up is just, it's just weird. um it's just weird. And I think he did that to distract and take focus off of what we were really looking at. And I also think that he knew that a lot of us, kind of mama bears out there, right? Mama dragon mamas out there, we're gonna be like, what are you doing sending pictures of this poor child eating? Like, let him eat, like let the kid eat. And it pisses people off, you know, because it's like he's just always under a microscope for Mr. Chris, right? And so I think that Chris knew we would start thinking that way, and it would divert the attention off of this creeper in the yellow jacket and possibly the green hoodie, because, you know, that green hoodie person is not off of my list, even though I know law enforcement said that that person doesn't have much to do with it. But what the heck were they doing? You know? And Sharon says, yes, I got right on the video and screenshotted the inside of the yellow jacket. Oh, awesome. Awesome, Sharon. Did you send me, I think somebody sent me something. I could probably upload it. I think I got space on here. Bear with me a sec, guys. Oh, well, that's why, because it kicked me off. It kicked me off. Okay, just one second. Let me go ahead. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I just had to pop that back in. There we go. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And I also have Hindsight's video too on here still. Thanks, Sharon. You're awesome. Oh, that's right. Okay, there's dog posted on X also. And he reposted this, right? He's like, he reposted Katie taking pictures of Sebastian. So I think he might have got the video. He might have got our video, and he might have got Hindsight's video, and yeah, because he's re-examining. So it says, excuse me, the final photos of Sebastian Rogers were taken by his mom at dinner the night he vanished, but they never made it past the table. $407,000 reward, $347,000, he says, and call text 844-922 3236. So 844-922-3236, or you can email mostwanted@manhunts.one, and that's spelled out, you know, ONE, right? And I'll try to pop that up again. That's the phone number and the email that you can send tips to as well. And that was posted on X 12/19, and that was yesterday. So, you know, it looks to me like Dog is definitely looking at that again. The analyst says, in my opinion, Dog wants to know what Yellow Jacket saw outside the Texas Roadhouse and what's on his device, in my opinion. I'm not calling him sus just yet. Yeah, absolutely. And I just think it's important for them to look at it, you know, because it could be nothing. It could be something. It could be, I mean, it's just weird though, right? You know, I can't seem to, I just can't seem to answer how come, right? How come they're on there? Hey, Rogue, good to see you. Oh, your boyfriend's birthday? Tell him we said happy birthday. Aw. Oh, Holly S says, Lady Betty played an interview tonight of Chris and a couple of women on TikTok that I have never heard before. Oh, really? I'll have to go check that out. Okay. And and you know, I'm not a TikToker either, Holly S. So I'm glad you told me, because I mean, I have TikTok, but I don't ever use it. You know, that's more like my daughter's jam than mine for sure. Butter Biscuit says Evil Exists is one good one to follow. Yes, I do. I do. And then he does short videos on Sebastian and Summer's case, covering latest information. Thanks, Butter Biscuit. Yeah, I really do like Evil Exists. They do a good job. And it does exist, you know, unfortunately. Unfortunately. And Holly says BHB played a video of interview of Chris with a couple TikTokers. Okay, great, great. I got that one. Aw, thanks, Rogue. Aw. Always 18. Aw, that's cute. That is so cute. Rogue. Kelly Holcomb. Good to see you, Kelly Holcomb. And Holly S says, one thing I thought was possibly was Katie was being hot-headed and maybe confronting someone in the parking lot. Well, you know, and the green, you know, that's valid because like the green hoodie person was like going like this to her. Like when she was walking away, she's like, get out of here, you know, kind of a thing. Like, it was a strange interaction, strange, and it got the attention of, you know, the yellow jacket guy, and it also got the attention of the black hoodie guy. Yeah, that is a mischievous kind of lurking smile that Katie had on the Texas Roadhouse video. I agree. I agree. It was very strange. And she's definitely looking over at this man, and we were all wondering who she was looking over at, right? But she, um, you know, keeps her gaze on him for a little bit longer for comfort, you know. Um, Lady is the happiest she looked all night. No kidding, Holly. I mean, that's it's so bizarre, right? Like what she looked delighted. We'll just say that. We'll just say that, you know. And Star says, Holly, I thought so maybe too. Kelly says, I'm driving, not chatting, but I'm listening. Okay, Kelly, drive safe, drive safe. And Napa Nudge Father says, I believe if there is any clear footage of that house all night long, in that footage is a mother doing something terrible in some way to her child. Too much lack of emotion for a missing child. Yeah, absolutely. And then the slip up, you know, that she had. You know, I've watched that kind of on other channels too, when they just kind of piece it together. One of them was Mob Crew. And just, you know, he would have turned, and then she's like, she almost, it looks like she looked up in the air and said, shit, you know, like shit. And somebody said that before, and I was like, you know, I didn't notice that. But then when I watched it a couple other times, I'm like, oh gosh, it does look like, you know, she does do that, take a deep breath, you know, kind of a thing, but definitely looked like she said, oh shit. And Sharon says, wake Sebastian 6 a.m. He wasn't here. Looks through the house, minute flat. Another video, she says 3 minutes, and immediately calls her husband. Can't find him. Edgar says, did you check here? Did you check there? Yes. So that was like their quick version of the story, right? You know, I ran through the house. Did you check here? Did you check under the bed? Did you, you know, well, I think he said, did you check on the other side of the bed? And it was like, well, uh, if he was there, he would be visible, right? Because you could see the other side of the bed. Now, if he's under, maybe not. But yeah, I agree. And then they add more details in subsequent interviews, you know. But yes, that was their deal. Tried to wake Sebastian up at 6 a.m. He wasn't there. And then, you know, she does add in that she went all over the house looking, but the size of their home, it's not a mansion by any means, but it's also not a teeny tiny little house where you know, if you can hear somebody in the other room or something like that. He could have been upstairs in the bonus room, right? But that would take some time to get her up the stairs and down the stairs. I would say that would take at least 15 seconds. I don't know what kind of setup they have in the bonus room, but if she was looking everywhere, bonus rooms just means that it's a non-conforming room, so it probably didn't have a closet. Otherwise, it could have been constituted as a bedroom. Sometimes it's non-conforming because it doesn't have a window. And so it just kind of depends, but that's why they call it a bonus room, is because of that. So maybe there wasn't a closet to look into up there. However, it would have taken her a while. Also, peek your head in the garage, something like that. The analyst says, in my opinion, we don't hear dash audio because of a possible argument. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why we haven't been able to hear that. Just so we know, Butter Biscuit says if he wandered off, eventually he would need shoes or his feet busted open, frostbite. Yeah, exactly. He would have gotten pneumonia, possibly from being in the cold weather, hungry, hair long now, and possibly a beard. I mean, you know, Katie said that his mustache was growing in really, really well. And then also Seth confirmed that as well. So very, very possible. Very possible. Hindsight says, in my opinion, he only began surveying his surroundings after his talk with his mother. Okay, I know what you're saying. So that's kind of when he was doing the nervous, like things with his fingers. Yeah, he looked very uneasy, and she was doing, one of these. I can't, sorry. I don't want to hit my mic stand. But like she was doing like this, and then she was doing like one of these where she was like telling him, you're gonna do this, kind of a thing, I think. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. His demeanor changed, right? Yeah. Yeah. Mama Risa says, I have captured 3 100% photos of Sebastian on a yellow coat jacket guy's phone. Yes, absolutely. It kind of changes, right? It's like, I think it's the camera focusing on the phone, right? Like the image becomes more clearer because it stays in the same spot. But I think it's like the camera focusing in on the phone, which, I could possibly be wrong. But hey, Juicy Tulip. Sharon says, check there. Were you already on the phone with him when you left the house in the car on the phone? CP 3 minutes. KP was in the car 6:04 a.m. looking for him. Yeah, and she does that thing where she goes to the school. For those of you that don't know about Beach High School, they have like a great program for the kids. Well, they have several of them. They have like a beauty school program. They have one for kids who enjoy animals and things like that, right? And Sebastian was very involved with the FFA and things like that. So I do believe that if he was to go to school early, the first thing I would do is run in the building and look for him by those animals, because that's what we know he loves, right? We know that. His mom knows that, Juicy Tulip says, so scary what people are willing to do. It is really scary. It is. And they're capable, what they're capable of as well. Napanoch Father says, pretty crazy. A little missing boy can bring so many people around the world together in a little chat room and have good conversation. This is a great chat. Always a great live. Oh, thank you, Napanoch Father. That means a lot to me. Yeah. And I agree. And I don't think they were anticipating that. I really don't. I really don't. I think we gave them a run for their money. That's for sure. And Sharon says, I don't. Oh, sorry, Sharon. I probably am going to read this one wrong. Why did it take 6:33 a.m. to call law enforcement? Yeah, I mean, it's a long time frame, right? So it'd be like 30 minutes if we're going to take the 3-minute time frame into consideration. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that's for sure. It's weird, right? It's weird. I know. No, I know, Napanoch Father. That's the thing. I think of him like that too, though, because I think if it's like, if you're a parent, you just do that, right? Because we just think, um, I don't know. It's a he's a kid to us. He's just a kid to us. Especially like in relation, my daughter's in her 20s, and so in relation to my daughter, he's a lot younger than she is. A minor for sure. And Crafting and True Crime, good to see you. She says, my eyes see what they see. I see people in the ruckus, but Mob Crew says it's paradula. Paradula. Did I say that right? Did I pronounce that correctly? Born a Honey, good to see you. Hope everyone's doing great. Great weekend. Woo woo. It's Friday. Friday. Ruckus is the flashlights. Yeah, Bear. I believe so. I believe that that was kind of the all of the activity that was going on over near the road and things like that. So I do. I believe that it could be something still. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, 30 minutes missing, Sharon. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. And so Hindsight says they need to bring a lip reader in my opinion. That would be fantastic. You know, it is difficult to kind of see what's being said there. And I've kind of tried to decipher it, but it's so hard that, yeah, they need somebody that's versed in that. And that's their, you know, their forte. I agree. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. And Crafting in True Crime says Sharon and CP says he was on the phone with Ellie, but he also called and texted Seth's phone during that time frame, I think. Yeah, he like called, he like 911, and then he was like, oh, don't be mad. You know, when he got, don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing. We can't find him. It's like, what am I supposed to be? You know, like, uh, pretty sure if that was at my house, you'd be upset. Mama Risa says yellow coat guy has 3 photos of Sebastian that has been posted since his disappearance. Oh, it's just unnerving, you know. Yo mama, yeah, I heard that too. You know, an SO for sure. I heard that too. Mama Risa says yellow coat guy had old photos as well as one at the table. Yeah, I mean, there were several in there. It was either like several or a video too, and it could have been stills and video, you know. I'm not going to discount that either, you know. Um, yes, but still 30 minutes to call law enforcement is a lot. It is. It really is. And in that 30 minutes, did it ever occur to Katie to call Seth? Because, you know, I mean to tell you, I understand tumultuous divorce situations and all, but you know, you pick up the phone and you say, "Do you know where Sebastian is? You know, we can't find him." You know, if you're gonna take the time to call your husband first, and you're just going to be on mute anyway on a 3-way call, how come Chris couldn't have taken care of that part of it and she could have called Seth? But instead, they did not. And then 30 minutes, right? I agree. Send the photos of yellow confirmed with LE Bear. I don't know if it's been confirmed or not. I really don't. Yes, Mama Risa, I know, so allegedly, in my opinion, yeah, we just have to, you know, because it is, and I'm, it's too bad that can't be understood because I know I kind of get sick of saying allegedly all the time, but it just kind of CYA, I guess. You know, Mama says CP and KP, we're on your ass. Yeah, and we need to be, you know, it's just been too long. We need to find some kind of solution here, some resolution. Sharon says, in my opinion, I noticed that it looked like a video of Sebastian. His pictures seemed to move. Yeah, and it kind of comes into focus. That's where I'm kind of off with it too. It looks like he was only getting like his shirt, right, with Yoda, or Baby Yoda, excuse me, on there. And then it kind of goes up and you can see his face and things like that. So when he was, you know, in my opinion, he could have been recording and he wasn't getting the right view, and then he moved the camera up or something, because it definitely looks like it moved. Star says crafting, I believe he said he has 2 earbuds in, which still seems like a safety hazard if one was meant for communicating while up in the crane. Yeah, he says that on he says that to Holly Thompson. He, in the second interview they do, first TV one though, and he says, you know, one earbud is operating the crane orders, you know, if you will. The other one is talking to Katie. And so yeah, it just seems like a lot of distractions up in the air. And then we find out that he wasn't even in the crane at that time. So, you know, a lie. Yo Mama says, she says she took pictures and sent them to Chris. Yes. And Chris even claimed that, right? He claimed that on Elevated Truth. He's like, look, you know, she sent those to me. And he was very adamant about it. He didn't like that being talked about at all. I mean, you know, when people don't like things being talked about, it's kind of like, well, you don't like it being talked about, then there's got to be a reason why, you know. Sometimes you don't like it because it's not true and you want to, you know, put the truth out there. Other times it means that you're being defensive. And Sharon said, did you see the comment Lori put up? I did. I've been trying to read them all through. I might have missed it though. Oh, dang, Lori, I'm sorry. Let's see here. No, I did not, Sharon. But thank you for letting me know. 5:15 a.m. Couponing says Sharon, she met CB at Warsham's. Does anyone remember what time it was? You know, couponing, I'm not sure because, you know, Melissa Proudfoot said that they were out searching at 6:30 a.m. She said that on her Facebook page. But then Kathy turned around and said that Mama Socks, she came around and said that it was at 10:30, that she didn't get over there till 10:30. But how could she have gotten over there at 10:30 when she was there when Seth arrived? You know, make it make sense, you know. 5:58 at Warsham's. Sent you a message, Lori did. Oh, okay. I see. Thank you, Sharon. Hey, little Miss Sharon. We have another little Miss Sharon in here from Australia. We love you from Australia, little Miss Sharon. Everyone turned to look. They did, Bear. They did. Hindsight says Green Hoodie waited by her car for over 2 minutes, in my opinion, for a reason. Absolutely. That was way too long. I mean, she's lurking in the parking lot. You got this other guy lurking in the restaurant. It seems so coordinated to me, just so coordinated because, you know, you have a busy restaurant, right? But then you have this guy over here sitting away from what's, you know, where they're eating, right? But Katie's over there looking over, making sure he's where he's supposed to be, right? And then Green Hoodie is in the parking lot for way too long. Their interaction was way too long. And Sebastian was watching like a hawk. He wasn't the only one, you know. It's very, very curious. Very curious. Sharon says the job site, if CP turns up and it's still dark, would he wear a headlamp, in my opinion? Possibly. I think so. Yeah. It just depends. I mean, I've even saw like hoodies, or not a hoodie, excuse me, a beanie that had a built-in headlamp. You know, so they definitely are used by construction men. She did slip up a lot, Bear. She did. Yeah, no parent of a missing child is concerned with present tense unless they have something to hide. Right, exactly. Well, and I think that she was prepped for it, right? She has a lawyer. She has, you know, seems to be he seems to have been coaching her the whole entire time, right? He'll cough, or, you know, excuse me, clear his throat or cough, or a whole number of things that I've kind of watched them do to suggest that they're signaling each other, you know, in a nonchalant way. Yeah, Star. Yeah, and that's what I'm really going off of too, because Silver's on the scene, even went there, and, you know, he was on the scene. But, you know, someone else mentioned that the St. Jude's project didn't start work until 7 a.m. Not sure of accuracy. I mean, I believe it. Um, you know, because I do believe it was confirmed by Silver's. And he's not the only one that confirmed that, but he's the most recent. And I know that he said that he spoke with coworkers, you know. Oh no, Lil Red. Hey, Lil Reddo. You know what? Lori Vallow makes me want to have a barf bucket right next to my chair here. She is so gross. Like, I saw like a 5-minute deal with Keith Morrison, and I was like, this woman is a nut bar. Sharon says, heard there's swings in my opinion, but heard it from a lot of peeps. Yeah, I heard the extracurricular activities were quite the spectacle from those two. Not just on one side or the other. Both. Bear says Sharon's seen the Facebook swing groups on CP. Yeah. And see, and that's the thing. You know, I could care less what their extracurricular activities are. I really could care less. I don't care if they were banging the whole neighborhood. That doesn't really bother me. What bothers me is that, you know, they were being so unattentive to Sebastian. They had so many issues in the house, but they still had time for these extracurriculars and allegedly, you know, so it is something. Do I think any of those people played a part in it? Possibly. But that would be the only reason I would want to kind of go into it, just because, you know, like I said, I don't care who or what they do, as long as, you know, they were taking care of Sebastian, which, you know, it just seemed like, you know, he was a burden. On Smiley Stories World, she asked them flat out. She said, did you ever feel like Sebastian was a burden? And there was crickets. And she said, in your marriage or anything? And then Chris was like, oh no. And then Katie said no. But that should have been like the first thing that they said was, no, hell no, he's not a burden. We love him. You know, you know, kids are kids, right? You know, it's like parenting isn't easy, but a burden, hell no, they're the joy of my life. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you should hear out of them, but you don't. Napanoch Father says, see, there I go catching myself. Ah, I think I read that one before too, guys. I'm sorry. There's definitely different ways, but similar ways to this case is giving me the feeling the poor little John Benet Ramsey. Yeah, you know, there was a really good comparison, Napanoch Father, with the Lore Lodge, and they were comparing a lot. The only big difference that I can think of is just kind of like a little bit of the money there, right? Because Jean Benet's folks were a little bit more well off, but like super connected. I mean, it's very reminiscent. I agree, you know. Oh, thanks, Star, for dropping Lil Redo's link. And Hindsight says, Star Lambert, I still would like to know who was the trusted source who allegedly gave a female creator the phone clip of the so-called alibi she played. Yeah, the drunken alibi guy. Yeah, I'm very curious about that as well. Where did that come from and how did you get it? Yeah. And also, in my opinion, if somebody, and I don't know state to state, right, or different jurisdictions, everybody's going to be different. But usually if someone is impaired, their statements are not admissible in a court of law, right? Because that person's impaired and their judgment is off, right? It's not 100%. They're not as keen as they would be if they were sober, say. Dylan Redwine is very similar, very, very similar. Oh my gosh, so similar too. Yeah, Bear. And Juicy Tulip says, I also find it strange she didn't immediately reach out to Seth to see if he had him. Exactly. That is such a good point. And I agree. You know, we will never know. Oh. Yeah, and I hope that a lot of this comes to light. I really do. But I do have to kind of resign to the fact that we probably won't really ever get a clear understanding of everything. But I think we may get just enough. So I'm hoping for that, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt. I would like LE or Dog to verify that's him on Yellow Jacket Dude's phone. It's so blurry. I would too. I would love that. I don't know if you were in here earlier, Lil Redo, when I was reading from Dog's post, but he did post something yesterday. And of course, you know, we're in the early hours of today. But let me see. Where did I go to get? Oh, I was on X. That's right. On X. I don't know why it kicked me off. It should have just stayed me on there, right? But he did write something today, or excuse me, just yesterday. Oh, okay. He just posted something 48 minutes ago. Reposted from At Night Private Intelligence Agency, America, we call on you. Bring Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers home, March 7th, 2025. For 1 year and 11 days since February 25th, 2024, 16-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has been missing from his home in Tennessee. A wrenching gap in a nation that promises to shield its young. This is just 1 year and 10 days too long. Sebastian is not merely a name on a missing persons report. He is a son whose voice once warmed a family's home, a grandson whose stories brought light to quiet days, a neighbor whose presence tied a community together, and a friend whose absence leaves a lasting silence. He is a young American who should be carving out his future, exploring, learning, dreaming, not lost in an unanswered shadow. This is not a solidarity struggle for one family. It's a summons that echoes across this land, from the wide open plains to the city skylines, from the shores to the summits. Americans of every faith, heritage, and calling are bound to a single truth. When when a child is missing, we rise as one. To the patriots who revere this nation might and view it as land of honor and responsibility, this is your charge. Because defending our own is the bedrock of our strength. To the dreamers who cling to hope and the vision of people united in lifting one another, this is our hour. Because no child should slip through the cracks in an America we shape, right? Because we're free and we have that ability. I agree 100%. To every American, whether you kneel in a chapel, a temple, a mosque, or beneath the heavens, whether you toil in fields, classrooms, or workshops, this is our shared oath. Our children are our tomorrow, and we will not turn our backs. Sebastian is still out there. He belongs to us all. Latest developments of the search. The mission is to find Sebastian, and it grows stronger with each passing day, fueled by tireless efforts and support. The FBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI, and Sumner County Sheriff's Office continue to lead the charge, piecing together clues to bring Sebastian home. Furthermore, the FBI offers up $50,000 for information leading to Sebastian's return. Dwayne Dog the Bounty Hunter Chapman, alongside At Night, raised the stakes with a total reward of $300,000 for $47,000, of which $297,000 is his contribution beyond the FBI's amount, which amplifies the urgency to resolve this case. If you hold even a fragment of information, a glimpse, a whisper, a hunch, step forward now. Your voice could break the case wide open. Do not let Sebastian's face fade from memory. The time to act is here. And then it gives contact information, obviously immediately call 911. We endure because justice is our cornerstone, because truth is our guide, and because the American spirit never bends. We forge ahead because this nation, built by the hands of every created color and purpose, does not forsake its children. Sebastian, we are coming for you. America, stand with us. Wow. That was very powerful. And that was from At Night to Dog. And also, Lil Red, the one that I was looking for you, I apologize. That was a long post, but it was well written. Says the final photos of Sebastian Rogers were taken by his mom at dinner the night he vanished, but they never made it past the table. There is a $347,000 reward. So call or text 844-922-3236 or email mostwanted@manhunts.one, right? And this is the post. And it's of her taking the pictures, looking around at that hoodie guy. So I think he's on it. It seems to me he is anyway, and that's the whole post. So I was glad to see that. Hey, Injustice Project. He says his demeanor changed like a boyfriend who was surprised by a breakup. He stopped chewing and it looked like he was going to vom. Yeah, for sure. Injustice Project, for sure. He looked very worried. Absolutely. Hindsight says, Mom Marisa, anything is possible in this mess. It's important to know who is claiming they saw him or didn't say, in my opinion. Absolutely. Thanks, Star, for posting that link. Butter Biscuit says there are apps teenagers use to hide activity online. I wonder if a friend taught Sebastian how to install and use one. I am only stating this if he left this with someone, but I see family is involved. Yeah, I mean, that, there's no doubt in my mind that Sebastian could have, downloaded an app or something like that and been communicating behind Chris and Katie's back. Definitely. I mean, I would never put that past. So I agree. Oh, okay. Sharon says, I heard KP threw something in the trash at Beach High School, and that's what the warrant was for in the Kentucky landfill. That's interesting. I don't know. They have video of her driving around in the parking lot, but I didn't know she ever got out of her vehicle, So I just don't know. Injustice Project says that just that sinking feeling and look like heartbreak. Yeah, no, I mean, that it's well said. I agree 100%. Juicy Tulip, yes, I really enjoy the time here as well. Oh, good, Juicy Tulip. Thank you. I enjoy having you guys. You guys are awesome. Every single one of you. Yeah, Sharon, I'd love that Apple Watch action. I would love it. I would love it. I think it's important. Thank you, Star. Yeah, and these are his stats, guys. So, those are his stats. I wonder if the crane would be heard running during LE phone call reporting him missing. Well, and you can hear when he was in the crane talking and he was doing the lives and stuff like that, you could hear like the beep, beep, beep in the background. You could hear it for sure, Butter Biscuit. So that's a great point. Meow says, thought Melissa said searching at 6. Yeah, she said 6:30. Yes, ma'am, she did. She sure did in that Facebook post in writing. Thank God we got it in writing, right? Rogue says she had to say that to save her behind in case something comes up. Like, I wonder if she was there all night with Katie. I was wondering that as well. I was wondering that about her friend too. Yeah, or just if somebody was in there, Couponing says Butter Biscuit allegedly CP electronic devices. He bragged about how LE was impressed how clean they were. He sure did. That was on Duchess for the Missing, March 17th, I believe. How clean they were, in my opinion. I felt he or they cleaned them before they turned them in. Oh, definitely. Oh, either they did that but they could still retrieve. So I don't know, but I do think that there were some burners. I'm very convinced of burners in this case. It would just they could do everything on the burners and then toss them. But if innocent tense but if innocent tense is the last of your concern, shows she's definitely hiding. Do you remember the elbow when Clarksville was brought up? Yes, I do. And you're talking about Holly Thompson interview, kind of like, don't go there kind of thing. Hindsight says Mama Marie said there was a man who called himself David Carr that called into T-Rev and said he saw the car at Worsham's too. He said he had video but never sent it to him. See, oh, that's so frustrating. Oh my gosh, that would have been, and send it to LE, guys. Just send it over there. Like, I get that you're excited, you want to tell people, but send it to law enforcement and then go say, hey, I just sent something cool to law enforcement, right? But send it to them first. Let's see. Yeah, Nick the Hat and Hong has X. Yes. Yes. We went back through. Hindsight says, Lil Red, I agree. I went back through all of the at night posting and no one ever said anything more about Yellow Coat since scene. However, they did omit gloved temp worker. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the blue guy, right? There's the blue glove guy. Yeah. I would love for them to, though. Yeah. A missing child is a child, one child too many. Absolutely, analyst. Absolutely. We should never have that issue here, right? What Dog said is absolutely correct, and we need to stand together. Kelly says, I saw the pic on Yellow Hoodie guy, and to me, it didn't look like Sebastian at all, just my opinion. Yeah, Kelly, you are more than welcome to state that here too. I'm not gonna, get on your case or anything like that. Look, it could be, it could not be. The thing is, it's important for people to be able to voice that, right? I don't think so. Okay, well, and in this case, it's very hard to tell. I mean, I had to slow the video all the way down, and luckily it was enough to kind of show it without having, because I would have saved it again and then slowed it all the way down again. But that's kind of what I did to observe this in the photo. So, but it's hard to see, and at first it's just of his shirt, right? You just see Baby Yoda action, and then the next thing you see is kind of a child form in, like, a person, in my opinion. But I respect everybody's opinions, and that just kind of helps us get to the bottom of things. You know what I mean? It really does. It's not even like a gotcha, like, oh, I was right and you were wrong. Like, no, we don't do that in here. It's not productive. And Hindsight says, Dog reposted the video in slow-mo, which is alerting me as well, in my opinion. Yeah, just the fact that, like, that post, I was like, oh good, maybe he saw it, because I just sent it to manhunts.1, and that doesn't mean that, like, I mean, somebody's going to vet that out before they send it to him. So I'd be curious to see what's going on with it as well. And then in conjunction with your video showing kind of what he's doing inside of there, right? Because maybe they're focused on Green Hoodie still and not on Yellow Jacket. Holly says Dog has a huge following, and the more information gets out, the more suspicious they're going to look. I think they're eventually going to break. I really hope so, Holly. And I think so too. I think it's just, hey, Criminal Med, I think it's going to be, I think the pressure is building, right? And that's a good thing. We want that, because what does pressure do, right? It causes a diamond. No, I'm just kidding. It does. But pressure also, when it just builds and builds and builds, it makes things pop off, right? And I think things are about to pop off for sure. For sure. I have a hard time watching that too, Holly. It's tough. I've kind of desensitized myself from watching it so many times, but it's just so weird. It's just so weird. Why does that cretin have that a kid on his phone like that? Maybe it could be some other kid that he knows. It's just kind of strange that kid is also wearing a Baby Yoda t-shirt, in my opinion. Hindsight says, I agree, there were burners in my opinion. It would make sense, right? And logistically, they would need to be using those. And aside from that, none of our phones are clean. Oh my gosh, you would just see so much data in a phone that's used all the time, right? Depending on how long the phone has been active for. But say you've had a phone for 6 months, even, say you just got a brand new iPhone 6 months ago. There's going to be so much data on there. It's unbelievable. The fact that there's a lack of evidence shows something happened, right? It shows that it's fishy as hell. It's fishy. It's so fishy. Like I always use the steering wheel analogy. If the police go into your car and they're looking for fingerprints on your steering wheel and there's none at all, not even your fingerprints, that's a big indicator that someone removed fingerprints from the steering wheel, right? So it's just the same way. If there's no data in the phone, that just goes to show that you removed data or you were using a different phone, in my opinion. Mama Risa, that's possible that Yellow Jacket guy had some, a couple of different phones. Sure. A lot of people think Katie had a couple different phones on her that night as well. Mama Marisa said, I went sec by sec for hours on end and I know what I saw, but my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm very confident. I'll tell you this. I would never send something in to the TBI, dog, anybody pertaining to this case if I did not feel like it was warranted. And trust me, I was very nervous to send this stuff in. But I also just explained, hey, this could be something, it could not be, but it's important and I want to help. And that's all I care about. You know what I mean? I understand that I was sending them a YouTube link and that might turn them off right away. Not dog particularly, but the police. I understand that they're not overly interested in what we're doing over here. However, I just have to point to Red, White, and Bethune in the Gabby Petito case, who cracked that case wide open. If they wouldn't have looked back on their footage, they never would have saw her van sitting there, and they never would have known where Gabby was as soon as they did. They might have found her, sure, but not as fast as they did. No, I mean, undeniably. Not even my opinion, allegedly. You know what I mean? Let me go ahead. Yeah, Mr. Chris likes the ladies. He's a ladies man. Let me go ahead and pop this next one on, guys. So this is going to be our lovely friend Chris from the Mob Crew. Oh, that's the one. Okay. And this is the video that he put together explaining the lights. Okay, so let's watch this first clip here.
I fell in love with you. I got you in my sight. I keep all the words you said to me. Now I stay away. You were never meant to save me. Say you're sorry.
Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is a 15-year-old autistic teenager that went missing on the night of the 25th of February 2024. This will be part one of a series that I'm doing where I will break down the biggest clues so far in the Sebastian Rogers case, the infamous lights video, and what law enforcement isn't telling us. Before we get into the mysterious lights video itself, we need to back up to the first 2 days he went missing. Day 1, Rogers was labeled as an endangered missing child, but that would change on day 2. At some point during the midday, they upgraded the endangered missing child to an Amber Alert, and it claims due to additional investigative information developed during the search. This is very important to keep in mind throughout this video, as the Amber Alert generally means some kind of child abduction, or the child is believed to be in serious danger. In my opinion, they found something by day 2, and based off my experience covering true crime, it's possible that they had collected the surveillance footage and started reviewing it sometime on day 2, and noticed that there was these mysterious lights moving around, and more importantly, an unidentified car seen on Kellen Ave and Stafford Court. During the first few weeks, a massive search was conducted consisting of land, air, and water. but still no sign of Sebastian Rogers. But on March 14th, a local reporter, Nick Barris, released what is now known as the mysterious 3 a.m. lights video. Here is that clip, but please pay close attention to certain things he says about the clip.
Points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see Subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then, Subject 2 reappears and follows Subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later, and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
In this clip, he clearly mentions where the lights were located, which he refers to as the common area, and even goes on to mention that the lights moving appear to have come from and back to somewhere behind the Proudfoot's home. He also mentions that the lights video was just after 3 a.m. Now, there is no way a reporter in this kind of business would just make up all those details. He clearly had gotten these details from the homeowner's inner circle when obtaining this footage. Certain details were shared with him about what was seen when he went to collect the portions of the video. Keep in mind, since the homeowner did not know how to extract the footage off the server onto a USB, they could only record the footage using a cell phone to show the lights video, which obviously caused a major loss in quality since this was not the original recording.
Okay, guys, so obviously there was a loss in quality, right? And we talked about that a little bit earlier. Napanoch Father, let us know that as well. It's important. It's very important to understand the origins, right? So, and kind of what we're looking at. So we're not looking at this raw video. They were having trouble pulling this video from the server, extracting it off of there, and then they just decided to take and record it with a cell phone. And so, there you immediately lose that quality of the video. So the Amber Alert was issued. Amber Alerts, again, abduction, child is in danger, right? Now, there was a missing endangered child alert right before that. So right off the bat, we had missing endangered, and then it changed over to the Amber Alert, meaning abducted or possibly in danger, right? Now, day 2 is when Chris is alleging that he believes that this lights video was discovered by law enforcement. The mystery lights were identified, and then also a vehicle, a sedan, more accurately, or that's what we know it to be now, that was on Kellen and Stafford, right? So the lights video happened around 3:10 a.m. The timestamp was stuck. It was frozen. However, Nick Barris, again, being a reporter, has to put out good information. So I would agree with Chris here that we could probably tell that it's pretty accurate, and we're going to find out more about it here in a little bit. Now, this footage was received from the homeowners, and again, they weren't sure how to extract this from their camera system, and so it was recorded by a cell phone, using a cell phone, recording the footage, and there was the loss of quality, excuse me, there. So with that being said, let me just go to your guys' comments here. Hey, Margaret. Good to see you, Margaret. Yeah, he does put out good stuff, Sharon. He sure does. He's awesome. And he's also very meticulous. He is very good about also if there is a discrepancy or something that he learns after the fact, he is also very good at coming out and saying, look, I know that this is what we discussed before, but now I found this out. And that's important. It's very important when we're finding sources to listen to, in this case, to look for people who aren't afraid of, getting it wrong, because we're all going to get it wrong in this case. There's not one single person. I cannot stand when I know that you guys are always telling me your gripes, so I'll tell you one of my gripes. One of my gripes is when people are creating on YouTube and they're like, oh, I knew it from the beginning, I've always said that, which I know there's a lot of us that will always say stuff where maybe there's something that we did know in the beginning, right? But then to just sit there and be like, I was right, I would rather somebody be like, look, I was wrong, but guess what, this is what I realized. So I think that's important, and I think it's something that is necessary and rare. And Mama Risa says, no problem, honey. This is how we learn the truth. Yeah, absolutely. Especially when many people say the same thing but didn't even know the other was seeing it. I totally found my findings with hours of it. Yeah, and that's the thing of viewing footage. And that, yeah, absolutely, Mama Risa. And that's the thing too. It's about going over it and over it and over it. And and then sometimes it's good to like take a break and then refocus and then go back to it again. That's when we're going to find a lot more information, and that's when we're going to be able to kind of put a fresh set of our own eyes on it, if you will. And that's important too. It's just like when you're proofreading something. And I don't know if Jana's still in here, but I'm sure she did this with her book. Proofreading and proofreading and proofreading. And then you have someone else take a look at it, because there's things that you're not gonna see that somebody else will, just because it's a fresh set of eyes. And Sheriff Craddock talked about that as well. Sharon says, did you hear someone started Facebook innocent page? OMG. Yes, ma'am. I went and perused this person who is very adamantly describing Chris as innocent. And it's the same. It wasn't shocking to see the personality type that would feel that way. Let's just put it that way. But yes, it's according to the person who has this page. It's not CP, but it does seem like it could be, or just somebody that would, definitely follow a person of his caliber. And Margaret. And Kelly says, yes, I agree, Mama Marisa. It is a good thing, and we have each other's opinions. I'm just hoping we find Sebastian. Absolutely, absolutely. And like I said too, the other day, it's important too, because if somebody says, well, I don't agree with that because of this, and then if somebody just like shuts that person down, then we don't understand, right? And if we just give the time to listen, it could really change our perspective a little bit, or we can think, oh wow, I never thought of it like that before, and that makes a lot of sense to me, but if we just shut down the conversation, it goes nowhere and it doesn't help anybody. So I appreciate you, Kelly. Thank you. And Butter Biscuit says Chris has really worked hard. I respect, Mob Crew for sure. He's definitely, his heart is in the right place, and also and I think many of us feel this way, that the reward money should go back into helping other children being found, right? Because there's so many other children out there that deserve to be found, that need attention. And so I think that, that way of thinking is proper. I don't think that, it should be about that. But if somebody does receive that, I think there's a lot of us out there that would say, put it back, give it back to the FBI, keep that $50,000, put it towards finding other children, because that's what it's all about, right? I mean, I don't even know who would feel right spending that on themselves. So Star says, Kelly, plus someone might notice something another person missed. There are plenty of reasons having different viewpoints are beneficial. Absolutely, Star. I agree with that 100%. 100%. And Mama Risa says, I have stayed in the background for most of this case, but have been searching out the truth the whole time. Now it's time to bring my findings. Absolutely, Mama. Well, you get it, girl. That's important. It's important because you know what? Sometimes and that's kind of why I will retract too a lot of the times, because I want to think things through. And I think it's important to research and find and make sure that, you're kind of fact checking your own work and things like that. Because, you know, again, a lot of this is going to be speculation, but if you do the research with it, then you can kind of back up your theory more than you could if you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants, by, for lack of a better way of saying it. So I'm interested to know what you find. And Hindsight says, Kelly, yes, I agree. Working together as a team is the only way to make it happen together with God. Amen. Amen for that, Hindsight. And I want to add something into that a little bit too. One thing I noticed, and I did it, I know that some people haven't watched the Gabby Petito special, but there is a special agent on the documentary, and her name is Loretta Bush. And I have much respect for this woman, but she made me think of this when I was watching. It's only in the movies, right? Or, TV series that we see this just one stellar detective. And I mean, they're so sharp. They got it all going on. They're witty. They solve the case every time and the show ends, right? Or the movie is over. But they're just like this badass, right? That is not how it works in real life, right? There are teams that come together and they work all together, and they are doing this for the same purpose, towards the same goal. And that's how cases get solved. It is never just one person like, oh, I got it. Never. And even if we could point to like even maybe one or two cases where the same detective was just so awesome, I'm willing to bet there are tons of people working under that person that helped make that happen. So for any of us to get up and make a video or do a live and think that we're just going to be the main one, no. And you're right, Hindsight. That's what God wants us to do, right? He wants us to work together. He wants us to he doesn't want us to be self-righteous, right? He wants us to be one, because we're stronger together than we are by ourselves. There's strength in numbers. So it's important. Thanks, Hindsight. And Mama Marisa says, exactly, I'm working with others to bring the truth. Yeah, and that's and it's wonderful. And and the thing is some people are so good at researching. I mean, there's, and then also we don't always catch everything, right? It's like one person might see something and then another person might grab something from somewhere else. And it's like, oh wow, good catch, good find, or we could all look at the same thing over and over and over again. And then, it's just that one time that it clicks in. It's like, oh yeah, okay, I got it. That makes sense. Or, now I see what you're seeing. I didn't see that before. Things like that. Couponing says, did you see the news of a diver found a vehicle he had been looking for 7 years of a cold case since 1958. No couponing. That just reminds me of the guys over at Adventures with Purpose. And I know Jared is a creep. But, you know, you still have Doug Bishop and Mr. Cantu. Josh Cantu. So there's still, wow, that's just amazing. That's just amazing. This was a Facebook. Chris is innocent. Yeah, it's a Facebook. It was a Facebook page that says Chris is innocent, and it's like, you know, and by the way, I'm not Chris, you know, kind of a thing. And it's like, okay, well, like-minded individuals. Yeah, that's so exciting though, Mama Marisa. That's so cool. That is so cool. Oh, thank you, Blessed. There is no I in team. There's no I in team except for in the a-hole. That's for sure. Mama Marisa. Blessed. And the analyst says we all bring tools that can help. Exactly. And we all have different fortes and skills, right? You know, just different backgrounds, different wheelhouses. And it's important to bring all those skills together and into one place. Because I can tell you, like, I am not good when it comes to like the overlays and stuff like that. You know, I haven't really like sharpened those skills at all. So it's like when people do those overlays, it's so neat. Oh gosh, I'm going to say it wrong, aren't I? Pinchot Paxton. He is amazing at doing the recreations, right? Like his recreation was off the chains. It was awesome. And so, no, you're not. Don't be sorry, Mama. You're good. You're good. It's exciting. It is. And, you know, I think keeping that excitement going and keeping the momentum going is just what we need to do, you know, at this juncture, because, you know, a lot of times we don't have this type of momentum, you know, we just want to keep it going. So no, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And Sharon says, CP says everything has checked out to the T, down to the phone call that morning to the time she left the house. In my opinion, CP talking on truth and with others. Yeah, I would really like to kind of narrow some things down with truth. Elevated Truths pod. I did his pod and I played the whole kind of thing through, but there are certain key points in there that I would really love to kind of pull out and re-examine with all of you guys, you know, find out what you all think about it, because the fact that his truck was brought up was a trigger. The fact that the photo that I've taken of Sebastian at the restaurant was a definite trigger, right? So those things are important to examine, maybe re-examine, find out what really was going on there, because especially with this green hoodie guy, you know, but that live was quite long and I'm not as familiar with it. When I do videos, I have a pretty good memory to where I can find kind of like, oh, I remember it was like towards this part, or you know what I mean? And I can find it quick. Like the Nancy Grace interview, oh, forget it. I can find stuff in there really quick. Same with Smiley's. But you know, there's other videos like that one that I'm not as familiar with. So I would love to kind of grab some of that stuff out, you know. The diving videos amaze me and break my heart when they find missing people in their vehicles underwater. I know it is so sad, Butter Biscuit. And just think of their family member, like knowing they were in there for so long and then they finally get them out, you know. It's a beautiful, it's bittersweet for sure. Yeah. Thanks, Hindsight. You're awesome, girl. You're awesome. Yeah, couponing thinks so too. And Bless says, Hindsight, thank you so much for your videos. Your hard work is appreciated by our community. Absolutely. Absolutely. I was like I said, I was so floored when I saw that. I was like, oh my gosh, did you see this? And I sent it to a couple of people. I was like, did you see this video? You know, because I was wondering what was going on with that guy. You know, I'm like, I haven't had a chance to really look, but I'm curious about this fella, you know. But then you were like, oh no, look at him. He's over here. And oddly enough, Katie's staring at him over here. And I'm like, oh, yes, this is exactly what I was wondering. So yeah, questions answered, and just with receipts, you know, so you can just plainly just follow along with it and see it. You know, it's really hard to kind of convey a message through the videos, and you do a great job of it. You know what I mean? It's just it's awesome. Um, it's God. See, hindsight. And Mama says Butter Biscuit. I agree. On one hand, it gives the family closure, but it also squashes hope that they are alive somehow, somewhere. Yeah, and that's the hard thing about the don't pull my only man card. Yeah, he was we got a man card in the special chat, or in the special emojis, and that was that was inspired by that moment. I will say, Mountain Mama too, if one theory, that's the thing about theorizing, is that you can follow that one theory all the way through. But if it stumps you, right, then it might leave you sitting here, right, in one spot. But then say you're exploring another theory, and it's like, well, if this theory was true, then this couldn't be. So it's very much of like following the facts, right, and figuring it all out. And you're right. There's just certain things, like, for instance, after I saw the Texas Roadhouse video, I was like, oh my gosh, maybe he didn't make it home that night because of how grim the whole situation was. And so I started thinking in a different process. But then again, I was like, well, then if I think that he didn't make it home, and then I have to debunk my flashlight theory, right? And so, because both of those wouldn't really work, unless something went terribly wrong and they had to go back to the house for some reason, which I can't put it past, because say Sebastian was taken somewhere after the Roadhouse. I don't think there was enough time to do that, but say there was a handoff somehow somewhere, a really quick one, like go in that car, that's it. And then they forgot something and they had to do something with the flashlights, but I don't know what they could have been, if they were pulling stuff of his own stuff out of there, and giving him enough stuff to get by with, something like that. Maybe, maybe Katie chickened out, change of plans. It's still very muddy, for me. I don't have a whole lot of clarity on that, but what I do think that there are certain things that are important, like the green hoodie, like the yellow jacket, and then the lights video. I think those are all valid. And then also just the whole idea that they went to the Texas Roadhouse. There's just something to that, in my opinion. Going to that Texas Roadhouse, why was that the choice? I think that's important. Butter Biscuit, I'll kiss the bottom if I'm wrong, but I believe Chris. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, and I feel like that too. I would definitely come out and be like, I am so sorry, I got it wrong. I don't know if that's ever going to be warranted, but of course, yeah, I agree, Butter Biscuit. She says I would kiss their bottom if I was wrong, but I believe Chris Proudfoot is innocent. Is Chris personally wise? They are twins. He commented on there, and he doesn't give a damn about Katie. Yeah, I think that he would throw Katie under the bus quickly if it was like him or Katie. I think Katie would kind of stand by him, and that's my opinion. But you never know what people will do under pressure, and I don't think they've had I don't think they've had pressure from law enforcement like many of us would if we were in the same boat, right? So, and Unjustice Project says, I just started posting shorts on my channel with questions I hear people asking all the time. It's simple, asking those questions. A what's the truth video, and things in low doses about Tennessee laws. Oh, cool. Very cool, Injustice Project. I need to go check out your shorts. Yeah, that's really important too, because, I mean, getting that deeper understanding, every state is different. The laws are different. Some of them are the same, of course, but then others are different. But getting that deeper understanding is really important, in my opinion. Oh, okay. Holly says, I sent you a screenshot in chat now, who said she met Chris on a dating app and He said his son died in a car accident. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. That wouldn't surprise me one bit, Holly, because that's how he and Nina met. According to Nina, they met on a dating website, which is terrifying because because any of us could be on there, or I mean that's kind of terrifying. That is terrifying. Um, oh, it must have kicked me off again. I was like, why can't it pull it up? That's why. All right, 1 second, guys. Let me just pop back over here. Okay, there we go. Oh, this person said that. Okay, so this person says, I met Chris on a dating app and he told me his son died in a car accident. I called TBI months back and nobody ever responded to me. Weird. Oh my gosh. It reminds me of our old pal Tony, going on dating websites when he was married for 5 years, telling women God knows what about, his wife and about our Crystal. Um, those patterns definitely exist in people who have the toxic personalities. Like they're just basically like, who cares if I get caught? And um, I believe that, Holly. I believe that. I really do. Because I don't think they will always reach back out, but it would be nice to, get like an email back, like received or something like that, especially in that situation. I mean, that's kind of, um, there could be a lot of information that pops in because of that, especially, you know, in this situation. So, yes, Bless says amen. Hindsight, faith is everything. It really is. That's what keeps us going, right? That's what keeps us going. That's what inspires us, is faith. And Butter Biscuit says, I want someone to teach me how to get a man card. I want to use a man card. Butter Biscuit. We have a woman card too. And you know what? I don't know if I put too many emojis yet, but I have to go and see if I can if I can add some more. I will. I will. Aw, thank you, Hindsight. Hindsight says, thank you so much, lady. Your work is amazing as well. We always be sure to see your latest thoughts in this child's world. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks, Hindsight. Yeah, I'm always checking your site too because you do such a great job. It's just like, you kind of get the people that you go to and check out what's going on, because it's important. And especially when you're kind of on the same page and the same goals. It's a good thing. It keeps people focused, and also excited about what's going on too. Because sometimes we're stuck in our own little thoughts over here and we're like, oh gosh, I'm down this rabbit hole, and it's nice also to see other people, working towards it. So. And Star says, Holly S, that would be interesting if it could be verified. Yeah, oh, definitely. I would like to see, I would like to see if there is an active. Something tells me he might not be using his actual name for that or something, though. Something tells me. Okay, yeah, this person says, I met him 9.5 months ago. And we only went out once to the bar. Oh God, this poor woman. But I remember him telling me his son had passed away in a car accident, and I called the TBI, and he said he was in an open relationship. Ooh, that makes sense. Because if they were, swinging dingers, right? I don't know if we could say that on here, but I just did. Then that means that, that is an open situation. Yes, Lady Freedom, we appreciate you. Oh, thank you. A drama free platform. Thank you, Mama Risa. Thank you. Well, I appreciate all the hard work that you're doing too, because research is it, it is a lot of work, and it's kind of like, sometimes it can really take a toll, especially depending on kind of what rabbit holes you're going down. Because I've been down a few that were just like so terrifying that I was like, I don't know if I even want to talk about this, because, but it's just possibilities, you know what I mean? So yeah, I appreciate the research as well on your end. Thank you. And Sharon says, Holly, I know um, she should have told the FBI as well. Yeah, or Sumner County. I mean, and then also like screen grabs, you know what I mean? Like, boom, here's his picture, here's his profile, here's, what he's looking for, da 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 da. I do think that if there was some kind of a decoy situation, um, yes, Sharon. Um, no, Holly Wrecking Bush channels like me. Yes. Oh yeah, we love Justin over here. We do. We love Justin. He's amazing and just a good person. Really, really good person. Mountain Mama says the main reason I think something is up with the Texas Roadhouse video is the way KP and SF flew there to try to get it. Oh yeah, I agree. I agree. And then causing a ruckus. Talk about a ruckus. They caused quite the scene up there, allegedly, from what I've heard. Not even in my opinion. Oh, thanks, Star. Thank you for dropping Unjustice for us. And yeah, couponing says 12/12. Make a wish. Sorry, guys, I'm very late back in the chat. Oh, and also, I might not be that late because I am Eastern. They're always eating out. Well, and they frequented the Roadhouse, so it wouldn't be odd, except for the fact that I thought that was more of like Chris's spot. And then also I heard that Sebastian really didn't like to go there as much, right? And there wasn't very many choices that he would prefer on the menu. And you would think if it was a special mother-son day, I'm a girl mom, so if I was having a dinner with my daughter, I would ask her, where do you want to go? And, it's always her choice. Most of the time I just do whatever she wants me to do. And sometimes she'll be like, I don't care. What do you want? And then I get to choose, and I'll say, well, what about this? And she'll say, no. And I'll say, well, what about this? But it's like you're making it special, right? You want everybody to enjoy themselves. And so if one person or the other doesn't particularly like that place, what was the reason behind going there? Was it, I'm not even going to say what another possibility would be, right? Sometimes I don't think Sebastian had a voice. We'll just put it that way. And, or a choice, or, he wasn't given that respect. Let's just put it that way. And Rogue says, I think if we got this on Dateline or any bigger news channel might help more in shocking that Summer Wells is not on any of these true crime series. Yes. Yeah. I do have something I've been working on about Summer. I have been, but I just wanted to bring in someone who is a lot more versed than me, and we're definitely going to do that, Rogue. So thank you for the reminder, because it's important. Little Summer, she's just been out there too long. Her folks were on Dr. Phil, and I've told you guys I've done. That was one of the rabbit holes that I have not discussed, because it really got dark and deep and grim. And I don't know that I want to really go there, but Tennessee connections to mafia, mob. It was a whole bunch that I did, but in Little Summer's case, she was, her mom, Candace, was asked about the Cornbread Mafia connection. And now just a little bit of background on Cornbread. They were more about the, Mary Jane trade. And now they do more in hemp. They were kind of disbarred back in like the late 70s, right? But they still had connections to like, Chicago, different ties that are very interesting. Also, Bullhorn Betty did a phenomenal interview with one of the guys from that knows a lot. He's an expert on Cornbread Mafia, wrote a book. So that was kind of part of my rabbit hole when I stumbled upon it. And she did a wonderful job there. So really interesting. Oh, cool, Hindsight. Thank you. Yeah. I think that we've been talking about Injustice here for a while, and I'm excited to see the shorts too. And Mama Risa says, that would be my luck, right? In my opinion. Yeah. Well, and I mean, it's just hard doing all the research and stuff. Oh, Sharon says, Summer Wells is still in my heart, and I have been going over her case from day one. Yeah. Candace walked off. It was very hard to get information out of Candace. Seeing the living conditions, that was shocking as hell. Seeing the filth on the TV screen when, Dawn's down there and where her little bedroom was supposed to be, horrible. Horrible. Not me. I don't want to end up on the I married a serial killer. Oh gosh, Rogue. That's so funny. Hey, KJ Mac. Good to see you. That's so funny. Couponing says, I went on a date, found out he was my friend's ex and he lives 4 blocks away. I did not go on a second date and got off that site. I mean, there's just never like a lot of good things that can happen on the sites. I mean, I know it's definitely hard. Like if you work all the time, you try to meet somebody, maybe you don't want to like go out to a bar all the time, but then look, that poor lady, she went out with Chris. He's like, let's go to a bar. And like, not very romantic or, nice, but swing-a-dingers star. But yeah, you just never know what kind of people, and it's so easy for somebody to download that app and be like, just the cheating son of a Hirohito, Katie Proudfoot. I think she knows. See, and she was not why it rings a little bit true to me, Rogue, is because like she wasn't upset about the whole like him like openly everybody knew about it flirting with Terry Lynn. So, she didn't come out and be like, look, that was very rude of my husband and it was embarrassing. We've talked about it or anything. She just was like, well, whatever, because she obviously was doing her own dirt. Or maybe they did have that open situation, and again, I mean, that's not up to me. That's their life, as long as it doesn't pertain to as long as it doesn't pertain to Sebastian's case, I'm not even worried about it. It's like, do what you want. It is what it is. You don't have cards, you have crayons. Hindsight. KJ Max says, I wonder if there's a dating site keeps the data of the photos used. If she shares the name of the site, they might be able to find what he may have been up to beforehand. That's really true, KJ Mac. And another thing too, I mean, I'm sure like we could like super sleuth them. Some of them you have to pay for, but something tells me that like he probably wasn't on one of the paid ones, or probably not like what's the newest one? There's one called Hitched or Hinge or something. And it's like developed for just like Match.com or eHarmony. Those are more for like people who are looking for people in a serious relationship. However, I will say that our buddy Tony Jones was on both of those paid sites along with Plenty of Fish. Crystal found that out. So I mean, he was obviously already married, and so he's on there, pretending like he's in it for the long haul or looking for a serious relationship, and he's playing with these women's emotions, right? And it's really sick. because these women are there to find somebody, and he's over there playing games. He already has a wonderful, beautiful, fantastic woman. So what is he doing? They're, ugh, yuck. And Butter Biscuit says, Lady, I emailed you my Facebook link. You can see how he talks to me and treats me on the Chris Proudfoot is innocent page, but I stand my ground. Good, Butter Biscuit. We do have to stand our ground, guys, because these people are going to be vile. They're going to say the rudest things. And, sometimes it's the best thing to just ignore them and just keep on, going at full speed ahead. Just like what Seth said, the other night, these people do not deserve Sebastian's time. And when they take away from our time that we work on Sebastian's case, they're stealing it from Sebastian, in my opinion. So I think we can't let them do that. But I appreciate you standing your ground, girl, because that is what needs to happen. We have to stand up. If we don't, then we're doing a disservice. So, but I do pick my battles. I pick them wisely. Sharon says that woman said she met CP 9.5 months ago. We went to a bar and CP said it was an open relationship, in my opinion, from Crafts and Paint. I mean, I believe it. Without, obviously, I would love to see the evidence. But it's believable, in my opinion. It really is, because you have this guy and he thinks he's like, God's gift. He's looking for number 6. Lucky if third time wasn't a charm, it's a fourth. In my opinion. He said he lost his son in a car accident during January. Oh, there was black ice and it was a two-way road, and he was hit. Oh my gosh. See, that's a lot of detail. Like, that's a elaborate story if he made that up. You know what I mean? Like, if that's quite detailed. Quite detailed. Thanks, Star. She can't cook, just wondering. No, she can cook. Katie's supposedly went through, according to her second cousin Yada, she went through culinary art school. She worked at a very prestigious restaurant in Virginia Beach. Katie she can cook. Girl can cook, as far as I know. That is interesting, Sharon Butter Biscuit. It's total at KJ Mac. It is crazy. Like, if you go on there, it just Chris Proudfoot's innocent, and it's like all like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Butter Biscuit says if it's a day for your child, you would take them where they love to eat. Absolutely. I believe Roadhouse was chosen as a meeting place. I have to think that way. And I would always say, hey guys, I was wrong about that, but it's just like really gnawing at me, and it's something that I cannot get past. And especially when you have Chris Proudfoot telling multiple sources, multiple interviews, telling people Sebastian doesn't eat red meat. He doesn't like it. He doesn't care for it. But you go to a Texas Roadhouse, which is a steakhouse. I get they got chicken, they got salmon, but those are just very limited choices. Yeah, I agree, Butter Biscuit, 100%. So, all Rogue, thank you. Bless says, Hindsight, your video from this morning was absolutely chilling. How many of us watched that scene without your content, or excuse me, without your context, and then applied it and came away heartbroken? Yeah, it was very well done, Hindsight. And the thing is it's like, just watching his reactions, it speaks volumes about it, right? Like, it's open to everybody's perception, but what we're perceiving, it seems to be a lot of the same. And then also just that nervousness that all of a sudden, like, wait, what? Like, it seems like Sebastian definitely was kind of doing his own thing. She wasn't interacting very much with him. Obviously, that's probably why. But then also, like, all of a sudden there was a switch. Something occurred, right? Something was said. And Katie was also going like this at him and doing one of these and kind of, this is how it's going to be. The body language is very, very telling. In hindsight, says Star Lambert, she told people she was going to culinary school instead of saying she was going to into the Navy, allegedly. Oh, okay. Well, and I know that, I think it's, what's strange though, hindsight too, that you say that. It kind of jogs something in my memory. The weird thing is that, like, I'm surprised she didn't go into, like, the kitchen. I mean, obviously they have, like, the, whatever, chow, mess hall or whatever. And, like, why didn't she stay in the same thing if that was her passion? Because usually when people choose cooking, I love to cook, right? It's one of my favorite things. So usually when you're, like, passionate about something, you're going to stay in that same passion, right? You're not going to really, like, switch it up. But then instead she went into telecommunications or communications. Interesting. And that might have been, a choice that was given to her by the aptitude test, that they give you. And so maybe that was one of the recommendations. And she figured, hey, I can make more money at that than I can at the culinary stuff. But that's interesting that she's saying she was going into the Navy allegedly instead of the culinary. Yeah, because culinary school is not cheap. You know what I mean? Not cheap at all. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It was something I felt really needed to be shown in the true element as I felt it was, in my opinion. Yeah, I felt it too. Definitely. I mean, the element of fear, the element of surprise, nervousness, foreboding. Yeah, very powerful. Very powerful. And Rogue says, Tim Mullen, everyone knows him. Nothing more until the next episode. Rogue. Oh, that's funny. Oh, thanks, Star. I live 45 minutes from Summer's home. Wow, really, Butter Biscuit? Oh my goodness. And her poor little Summer, it was just so rural where she was. I mean, it's just so scary, It's just so scary. Well, good. I'm glad. I'm so glad. I think what you're doing is really important too. Getting good information out, it's so important. Swingly dingly, analyst. I doubt every guy online, they say they are widowed and I say they are catfishers, and I'm not sending them gifts, cards, or money. Yeah, please don't. Oh my gosh, I've seen way too many Dr. Phils, that they're like, he's like catfish, and I'm like, oh, here we go. And this poor little lady's like, I love him, isn't he cute? And it's like some, rando photo from whoever, gosh, God only knows, a poor. And then they're like, I sent him like $30,000, and those people are always getting into car accidents and all kind of, like, ridiculousness. Oh, I need this money right away. That's always a huge indicator. You're so right. Allegedly, he was unjust. Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, truth grows. That is right. Hindsight. Yes, absolutely. Truth grows. Oh gosh, poor Summer. She was saying, Holly says she was saying that he was nice until he started drinking, and then he totally flipped and basically left her at the bar. Really? Oh my gosh. I can believe that. Because when you're impaired, it's harder to keep the mask up, right? I could see that, and I could also see, like, Chris being like more of that, like, kind of rowdier type, um, you know, um, worse when they're drinking, not nice, Jekyll and Hyde type. Oh, Candace, yes. Yes, Rogue. I believe her too, Holly. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Because I mean, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. And I do believe her too. And Sharon says, in my opinion, wonder they check houses 10 times and they have 3D scanner out the back. They don't redo creation of the house. Something didn't happen, in my opinion. There is something. Yeah, because they were using the Pharaoh. Yeah, I know what you're saying. That Pharaoh camera that just kind of looked like a regular camera on a tripod, but really what that was, guys, if you don't know about it, it's a technology that preserves the crime scene that can later be looked at through like virtual reality, and it takes you back to the crime scene, right? I don't know if the Pharaoh technology was used in the home, but we definitely saw it being used in the backyard. I would hope to God that they use that darn technology in Sebastian's home, for crying out loud, where he went missing, like his room, even Faith's bedroom, even the garage, any part of the house that could have had something happen there. Because according to what we know, luminol was not used. Fingerprinting technology wasn't even, dust or anything wasn't used. And I can only hope. Thanks, Star, for posting that too. And Lori says, Perry Dola, I kind of hope it does. Hey, Lori, good to see you. Holly says she's saying he is saying his son passed away from slipping on the black ice and got into a car accident. Yeah, and see, that's what's odd too. I find that to be an odd reasoning as well. Maybe he felt like it would just kind of be an easy thing, like, oh, car wreck, oh, it was awful. You know what I mean? Oh, good, Lori, good. Hindsight says, human curiosity asks respectfully, what boxes did Edgar check 5 times? What boxes did Edgar check 5 times? Lori says, has anyone heard anything on the 2-year-old? No, is that Dane? Is that little baby Dane? Is that who you're talking about, Lori? Because Jana and I were talking the other night, and she said that there was a little boy missing, Dane, and I saw him. Not yet, unfortunately, hindsight. Okay, so yeah, and I saw him, and I was wondering if it was that little guy or not. Oh, that's not a bad idea on Jess Project. Yeah, has anybody seen that guy? Yeah. Have you seen this man dating on websites? You never know, you never know. Curious minds want to know. I would love to know. Yeah, Vanna Galley cook. Exactly. Like, I was thinking that she would, if that's one of her passions, I mean, I would, maybe it's not the same cooking in a mess hall or something, but KJ Maxx says, wouldn't someone who found him on a dating site take screenshots? I would, for real. I would be like, this guy, especially if they were coming to channels about the case, and she said, sorry guys, I didn't want to cough on you. It was 9.5 months, yeah? 9.5, I believe. Yeah, I met him 9.5 months ago. We only went out once to the bar, and I remember him telling me he had a son who passed away in a car accident. I called a TBI. he said he was in an open relationship. And, golly, that was such a long time ago. Yeah, but you would think she could still like go to her inbox within the dating website, right? Because like if you go on a dating website, you set up the account and whatnot, and then you'll be talking back and forth, right? And it's like basically like a chat, ding, I got a message from whatever person that, likes you or whatever, just depending on what site you're on. I don't know how they really work now. It's been a very long time. Because after my divorce, I learned the hard way that those aren't the way to go. But yeah, so then you're kind of in a situation where you're talking back and forth, right? And you're like, oh, hey, nice to meet you. You kind of getting to know each other without having to give your phone number to that person. You're basically engaging in kind of like an online chat thing. Not kind of what we're doing here, but more of like a message sent back. Oh, you got mail, blah, blah, blah. Then the other person, you send it back to them. So with that being said, you would think she could go back still into that account and pull up whatever messages were being sent in between of them, like, hey, my name's, say her name is Sarah. Hey, my name's Sarah, okay, Chris, nice to meet you. I don't know what kind of how long she would find it necessary to speak to somebody before she went out to meet them. But say they were talking for like a week or two, and he says, hey, I'm free Friday night. You want to go grab a drink? And she says, yeah, okay, sure. And then they go from there, right? There's still kind of some interactions that she could have saved. I don't know. Maybe she was, and I'm not, this is purely speculation, and I'm not disparaging anybody for any of the choices that they make. If, just brief disclaimer, everybody's adults, right? They go on a dating website, it's all them, right? But she might have been the kind of person where she talked to him on a Wednesday and then set a date up for Friday, and then they just went out and had a drink, right? And then he turned into an ass, and she was like, F this, and he leaves, and she's like, so without knowing, kind of what transpired, she may not have a whole lot of information, but still it would at least show that he was on there. And Hindsight says, in my opinion, she waited until the end of their 45-minute meal to have the conversation with him about him going away for a while. Then the next 4:36 showed the effects of that talk, while Yellow Coat came in. Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. And then he's over there, and then Sebastian, he did look over. Katie looked over, and then Sebastian looks over, right? And then he's nervous, and he's, kind of like fidgeting with his fingers. Hmm. Yeah, Jam and Jammers episode on air by KP. Yeah, I did a little bit on the Jammers too on Justice Project, and I feel like they could have definitely been used. And you can make a really fast jam. You can make a homemade jammer, and it doesn't take very much doing, and that comes from somebody who's technologically challenged over here, and doesn't put things together and do that kind of stuff. I'm not, my brain doesn't exactly work like that. I'm a lot more like, artistic and stuff. But I'm not as technical. And so, yeah. But when I saw like the process of how to do it, of how to make a homemade jammer, I was like, oh, okay. So you just connect this up, and you have this, and this does this, and then Bob's your uncle, you got it. And so, yeah, it didn't look super complicated, and especially for someone like Katie, who that's in her wheelhouse, right? And Lori says, those people drive me crazy. What would make you send somebody you never met all that money? I don't know. I never would, though. That would be a huge red flag to me. I'd be like, how come? Especially, as a lady. But then again, sometimes people are so lonely, But I think like that would definitely like send alarms off. Like, what do you need my money for? Like, where's your money? You know what I mean? Like, and that's not to be mean, you know, obviously if somebody's like, oh my God, I got into a car wreck, like they do pull on your heartstrings, right? But I wouldn't recommend. Hey, Jana. Hey, Jana. So, you know, and Jana, we were just talking about, because there is a person that's alleging that Chris Proudfoot was on a dating site, and that she met him on there, and then they went over to a bar, and like when he started having a little bit too much to drink, he turned into like a really big butt and was acting out, and she was like completely turned off by it. And so I was also saying that, you know, Crystal found out about Tony's shenanigans on the dating websites, and that he was using two of them that were paid. And so we were kind of like going over that too, and just talking about how sometimes, you know, the other person might not know, but then also, like in this case, apparently he was telling people that they were in an open relationship. And so the lady was like, oh, okay. And apparently she was all right with that. You know, because to me, that would be a game changer or deal breaker or whatever. I'd be like, okay, well, no, that's, you know, I'm not good with that. Because even when people say that, sometimes like there's still, you know, some things that could be, that could come of that. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, Jana. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. And guys, we are going to, here, let me pop this up really quick. I'm going to do something special with Jana's book, and it's available. You can get it on Amazon paperback. It's going to be $33. Then there's also $35 for a hardback, but you could also get like an ebook through barnesandnoble.com, and it's $15. So what I want to do is I'm going to wait for the hard backs to come through again, because it's sold out. She's doing so well. And so we're so very proud of her. And I'm going to do it where I read. I don't know how long it's going to take, so for me to like kind of read it out in a video, but I want to do videos and read it out, and then I want to present it live. So you'll be able to go and listen to me read it in video format, or you can go ahead and, you know, we're going to discuss it live. And I would love to have Jana up so she can talk to us about it. And so definitely look out for that. I'm going to start on that really, really soon, like within the next couple of days. So I should be able to get some of the pieces up. And then we're probably just going to do like a live, maybe two-parter, just depending on how fast I can get through and read it and things like that. Oh, thanks, Star. Exactly. Yes, available right now. Available now. Go get it. Really, because I mean, they sold out so quick, guys. So quick. It was like they were selling like hotcakes, and I'm just like so excited. Hey, Scranton. Good to see you, Scranton. And we got Ann Reynolds. Good to see you, sweetheart. And thank you, Sharon. KJ Max says, when I hear someone use a child's passing as a story for a date, that's dark. I mean, hello. Oh my God. That would turn, like, I think that would turn me off even more than the, you know, swing a ding and doodahs over there. I think that would be like, oh, okay, you know, but then again, people might feel sorry and like, oh my gosh, you lost your, you know what I mean? So it's definitely ultra manipulative and dark as it can get. Absolutely. Absolutely. Aw, that is so wonderful, Jana. I love hearing that. Jana's a star, and she really is. This book is bringing so much attention to her case. Yes, and I cannot wait. Like, I cannot wait to read it, because I know it's just going to be so good. It's just going to be so good. And I think it's going to help so many families out there that don't know, you know, that is the guys to get sympathy. Yes, Vana, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Hey, Brandy and Indy, good to see you. Yeah, and so, you know, that's the thing. It's just so, it's so oddball. Well, and our good old pal Tony over there, he was also saying things like to Google, like what's appropriate time frame after you lose your spouse to go out into the dating scene. I mean, what was it? February 13th, right at the stroke before Valentine's Day. And he had just lost his wife February 9th, 2023, and February 13th, 2023, he's looking for, dating advice from Google as to when he should get back out there, and when's the best time? How about, what the heck, how about never? No, that's terrible. But, I'm just saying, how about don't do that right afterwards? It's such a bad, it's just, it looks like crap. And, and it just, what did Pennywise Doucher say the other day? She said like, oh, we know he's a jackass, it's like jackass, bad look, cold. Oh yeah, she said cold. I mean, I just think that's beyond cold. I think that's heartless as it gets. Because I mean, I've just I don't know, maybe I mourn differently, but hey, Adam, Forever 21, good to see you, hon. And Vanna says, remember Scott Peterson told Amber Fry he had lost his wife? Yes. He's all like, oh yeah, I'm just going through it right now. Like, it's total sympathy, guys. Total. Yes, absolutely. Hey, Misty Moonlight, good to see you. If Chris is on a dating site, someone should catfish him. I know. Oh my gosh, I would love to be I guess I couldn't do it now, but like I would love to be like what do they call it? A decoy. Just try to see if I could get some intel. That'd be nice. But Misty Moonlight says, that sounds like my brother-in-law asking my mom if he could bring a friend a week then. My sister passed. It's insane. Oh no, Misty Moonlight. What the heck? Jeez Louise. It's like, not even no. It's like, hell no. How about you? If she wants to, I don't know. Some people aren't as, silly as me, but I'd be like, not if she wants to, leave alive. No, I'm just teasing. But I mean, really, in that, hey Judy, good to see you. In that situation, you're so raw with emotion. It's like, no, you cannot bring that woman to our family function. No, what are you thinking? And gosh, how some family members might not take too kindly to that. I'm just saying, I don't know anybody brave enough to do that. I certainly wouldn't want anybody bringing my ass anywhere like that. Okay, so let's go ahead, guys, and we're gonna go. Oh, good night, Mama Risa. Thanks for being here, hon. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and watch this next clip with let's see here, our flashlight video breakdown with Chris from Mob Crew. So let's go to this one.
More footage leaked. Approximately a few months later, on a Facebook group page, 3 more clips of the 3 a.m. lights video would be leaked onto that page. One of them would show a massive light source that appears closer than the moving lights in the background. This would be a close-up shot of an unknown car turning on its lights. This was huge. But due to all the clips being a cell phone recording of the original surveillance footage, they had lost a lot of the original quality, and this created even more mystery as to what the public was actually looking at. All 3 clips would be fully zoomed out, giving more perspective on where the camera was facing and the general direction of where the lights were moving. Controversy and garbage truck. One of the more confusing things is that many, including law enforcement and the family, were claiming that the lights were not important, and some were even claiming that they were garbage truck lights. This is a clip of Nick Barris interviewing Sheriff Craddock.
Evidentiary value?
It is of no evidentiary value.
Can you tell me what those lights are?
No.
Why?
Because the investigation remains ongoing.
And so it could play a role down the road depending on developments?
We don't know what we don't know. So yes, it could play a role. So yes, it could play a role.
What many in the public may not know is that law enforcement had told certain individuals, including neighbors and the family, that the lights were indeed garbage truck lights and they were not important. Even 2 of my sources were told the same thing, and even one of them pushed back to say that this didn't make sense and heard differently. But this individual was quickly shut down. It is very clear that this is something they didn't want the public to know about. But this wouldn't stop the locals speaking with each other about their different stories they had heard, and none of it lined up with a garbage truck. Chris Proudfoot was asked a question about the mysterious lights in this video with Chronicles of Olivia, and listen to his response closely.
There's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay, and that is exactly what it is, speculations. Now, what I can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, including local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not.
Although he claims it's nothing, why would 4 different agencies, including the FBI themselves, study a video of some garbage truck lights? Clearly, there was something more important in this footage, and they did not want this out into the public. Overlays and the confusion. Sometime around the 5-month mark, I had come across another channel who did an overlay showing the fully zoomed out version of the lights video and explaining where this garbage truck was and where the lights fit into this. This creator also claimed he had spoke with Chris Proudfoot himself, who explained to this creator, claiming that the lights had came from the street above, but as I did my own independent research, this claim and overlay just did not make sense, considering where the camera was located and where they were claiming the garbage truck was moving. Then I saw a clip from a channel called Silver's on the Scene, where he had mentioned he believed that the 2 floodlights that appear in the top of the video had likely had come from this house, which is next to the Proudfoot's home on Stafford Court. From there, I started building different overlays to try to figure out the actual location I felt was the best recreation of where the lights were actually moving. Thanks to Silver's mentioning the floodlights, I was able to use this with basic math and geometry to figure out an approximate location of where the objects were in the video. I would then use the floodlights as an anchor to put them in a position where I believed they were located on this home here, and then using Google Street Images from the neighborhood, I started building the overlays. So what are we really looking at? Breaking down the lights in order. So we have Nick Barris's video uploaded on Facebook, which is 1 minute and 31 seconds, which shows a close-up in the top right of the video where it shows the majority of subject 1 and subject 2's movement, where it looks like they are carrying some kind of light source like a flashlight or headlamp. Also, during this early clip on the news, he also shows what appears to be the lights video towards the end of this event, where you can see at least one subject moving very fast back from where they had came from. Notice what he had said in between this.
It's a short time later, and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it.
This is very important to keep in mind, as whatever happened clearly happened fast, and likely within minutes. Then we have the leaked videos which give us a full picture of where the recording is coming from and where the lights and activity are happening. Although I've spent hundreds of hours breaking down these clips and learning so much about what we are looking at, there is still so much more I don't know due to the poor quality of the footage itself. But have you ever wondered why the subjects were labeled 1 and 2 in the order they are? Well, thanks to the other leaked videos, I was finally able to understand the order of events. I learned that the first clip that was leaked is actually subject 1, who appears first and moves from the common area left to right. Then adding the Nick Barris video where we can see subject 2, who then appears and follows the same path as subject 1, and subject 1 moves off screen of the Barris video. But I believe this subject then stops and acts as what I refer to as the scout. The second video is actually the most controversial, as it shows what appears to be a vehicle that turns on their lights. And we can see that the person recording with their cell phone tries to zoom in on the vehicle in an attempt to reveal the model and make. But due to it being very dark, we cannot actually see the body of this vehicle. What's interesting to take note in this clip is that we can see one of the subjects just standing there, as if they are in a position to keep an eye on different angles, while a possible abduction could have been taking place. Then we have the final leaked clip, which is very short, but I find there are some huge clues in this clip. Sadly, this clip has the worst quality of the three, but we can see that a subject quickly runs back towards the area near the Proudfoot's backyard. And at the end of the clip, we can see for a brief second the light of another subject in the same exact spot as the other clips. This I refer to as the scout. The scout reveals themselves for a brief second just after the other subject runs to the left. I honestly feel this is one of the bigger clues, as this subject clearly shows a level of preparation and coordination that cannot just be some random coincidence that took place the same night Sebastian Rogers disappeared. Also, during a conversation that took place in late summer 2024, the actual homeowner spoke with a group of individuals and explained what he had saw. What the homeowner allegedly saw. During this conversation, he had revealed many interesting details, such as the timestamp being frozen for 2 days, but even though it was stuck, he knew that the video itself happened sometime around 3 a.m. He knew this because he used his NVR, which is like a DVR, to see the timeline on the player, using it to fast forward to when the garbage truck had passed by, and knew that that had always come a little after 5 a.m. Knowing this, he went back where the mysterious lights video happened, and noticed it was approximately 2 hours between the garbage truck and the mysterious lights. What many don't realize is that you can actually see that the recordings are coming from the NVR player itself. Notice the border on the right that is kind of cut off, but we can see where to look at this example. But if we were to look at this example, it would look something like this, which allows you to see the footage from different timelines and formats. So even if the timestamp itself isn't working, you can still figure out an approximate time of when things are happening using this player. He would claim that he could see the vehicle which was parked in front of his driveway. He would also say during the part where the subject is going back towards the Proudfoot home, he could actually see a person jumping across the ditch. This was truly disturbing to hear, combined with the footage and all the rumors of the mysterious 3 a.m. car. There was clearly a cohesive picture forming about what allegedly happened that night, and sadly, it had likely involved a well-planned and executed abduction of Sebastian Rogers, with clear motives and premeditation. Sebastian Rogers has now been missing for just over a year, and in my opinion, it is clear who had the motives, who had the means, and who executed this plan. Justice will come, and it will be swift. We'll be working on a part 2 as I prepare a series for this case, where we cover true crime mystery to the missing.
Okay, guys, so still waiting on part 2, but just a really excellent recap, right, of what's going on. So I'm just going to kind of reiterate. So we have an unknown car, right, and the original clips were recorded. So, of course, at low quality because it's a, clip being recorded by a cell phone. All of these 3 clips that came from Facebook were fully zoomed out. So the one that Nick Barris put out was zoomed in or cropped in. So we were only looking at and focusing on the subjects with the flashlights, right, or the headlamps. Because many of us think that they're headlamps now, and I do too. So then we have the controversy with the garbage truck. And I will say, when I was passing out flyers and I was letting people know what was going on in Missouri, there was a gentleman that I just, handed him the flyer. I was telling him about the series of events. He had some questions, but I was not giving my opinion. I was just stating facts. And he immediately, "Hey, Rob Beanie," he immediately said that was no trash truck. That was not no trash truck. And he's like, "There's no way." And he said around 3 a.m. And I said, around 3 a.m. they're saying that there was a trash truck in the neighborhood. He says, "There's no way." And I agree with him, but he was very adamant, because it just doesn't make sense, right? That is way too early for trash to be picked up in the neighborhood. And we find out later on how we can prove that, without, beyond a shadow of a doubt, right? And so law enforcement and the family think it's the trash truck because law enforcement told the family it was a trash truck, right? Which was false. And so those lights were not from a trash truck. We don't know what we don't know, is what Sheriff Craddock says. This could play a role later on. And keep in mind, this flashlight video from Nick Barris is in Sebastian's case file, along with all of these others, I'm sure, and any other footage that they could have brought into play. So just keeping that in mind, again, Sheriff Craddock, we don't know what we don't know, but this could play a role, right? So very important to remember. Now, nothing lined up with the trash truck being at 5 a.m. Everything lines up with it being around 3 a.m. Now, there's so many agencies. Chris brings up this really interesting and important part of this, and little piece of this, is that if it was of no evidentiary value, or it didn't really matter, or it was nothing, why would so many agencies analyze this flashlight video, including the TBI, the FBI? They clearly did not want this out, right? It is clearly a piece of evidence that they did not want us to speculate on, in my opinion. Chris talks about the overlays and the confusion. Now, we have the floodlights, and this is so interesting to me, because here was my thing. I always thought that they were perhaps the floodlights from the Proudfoots, like those 2 kind of prettier lights that were up there. But then it really makes sense based on the camera angle, because that couldn't have been, right? Just by the way the camera angle was and the field of view, you're not going to see the Proudfoots garage, which is facing, this way. You're looking at the lights that are coming from all the way across, right? And that would be on the Proudfoots neighbors who live on the left-hand side. If you're looking at their home, the ones that are on the left-hand side. And so we get confirmation there that that's what we're seeing, the floodlights next to the Feet home, right? And then the floodlights, Chris took those and he used them as an anchor when he was doing overlays to recreate the situation using the Google Street images to overlay and recreate, right? And so he was using that as kind of a point of reference, which is fantastic. And then we get why he goes over why these subjects in the Nick Barris video were labeled as subject 1 and subject 2, right? So we have the first clip, the subject 1 moves left to right, and they go off screen. Now we have the scout. We see the scout, and then the second video, we see the video. The second video, we see the vehicle or the sedan with its lights on, but we can't see the body. So in that second video, that's the one that is being zoomed in on to see what kind of make and model the car was. However, it was too dark to see it, right? And so you just couldn't see the body on it. And let's see here. Now, we also know that subject 1 and subject 2 have flashlights or headlamps, right? And it all happened very fast. This is very fast moving, and this could have occurred really within minutes, right? And I was talking about that last night, just the concept of how fast this had to have transpired, and it was kind of like a deliberate mission, right? They're going boom, 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 boom. This is what we need to do. We got this. This had to have been, I mean, planned, orchestrated to the max, right? Because we can see that it all happened very, very fast. It was meticulously planned out, in my opinion, right? And we can just kind of see that playing out. Now, the homeowner lets us know a few things, and Chris goes over these in detail. The homeowner lets us know that the timestamp is frozen. Now, what the homeowner did to figure out what time about this was, and I find it interesting that the timestamp is stuck on 3:11 a.m., right? 3:11:04 to be exact, and it's stuck there. And I find it interesting because it seems like something tried to jam it up, right? Because it was frozen. But I could be wrong. It's just kind of, a speculation. However, when we're looking at this, when the homeowner was looking at this and trying to decipher a timeline, he used an NVR, right, which is kind of like a DVR, and he played the footage out on the NVR and was able to assimilate that the trash truck came by around a little after 5 a.m., which makes a heck of a lot more sense, obviously. And we know from Bobby, the neighbor, that was because the trash truck was coming a little bit later in the morning, and what it was doing, it was interfering with the children and their bus schedule, right? And so the kiddos in the neighborhood were getting on the bus at the same time around that the trash truck was coming through, and it was just causing way too much congestion. Again, Victoria Place is a very small subdivision, and there's kind of, only a few ways in and out of it, and it can just get really congested very quickly with it being such a small subdivision. And so also, one very important thing to note is that the homeowner indicated that a person allegedly jumped over that big ditch. And you can kind of see it. It's that big drainage ditch that runs through that common area on that side of the home. So the right side of the Proudfoot's home, a little bit through that common area. Saw them jump over a ditch, guys. And then going back to video 3, it is the worst quality, but we also see the person hurrying back to what is perceived to be the Proudfoot residence. And so there we are left to wait on part 2 on this, but I think that this really puts it into perspective, and you can kind of see how this is all playing out, and how it really makes a heck of a lot of sense, especially when we know what we know about all of the pieces of video now, that we know that the flashlight video that Nick Barris put out is just a cropped up version. Then we have the 3 others that came out on Facebook. These are the full angle of what the home is surveilling, or the security footage from the home. And so with that being said, we can kind of piece this all together, and he did, using the anchors of the floodlights from across, and keeping that in mind. Also, the camera position, the field of view, and piecing that all together. The most interesting detail, I think, out of all of this was the account from the neighbor whose footage it is, saying that they saw somebody hop over or jump over that big drainage ditch. It's just really fascinating, guys. And Sharon says, yes, also the person seen going back to the back of the home too. Yeah, just going back to we see somebody running back to the home, so just that is another piece that I could never get over. Absolutely, Sharon, absolutely. And Hindsight says, in my opinion, I think they are looking for paper like receipts at the landfill. Yeah, Hindsight, we went over that a lot here too. Were they looking for the Proud Feets cameras, that were allegedly there, but then all of a sudden they weren't? Were they looking for, and we definitely said that here too, some kind of paper, receipts, something, because, a lot of us that follow stories in true crime, we realize that that's kind of what the FBI's like big thing is, right? They've caught a lot of people with their trash. So it's interesting when we think, okay, were they looking for Sebastian? But maybe not, and it seems to me even more and more that that's more likely that they were looking for something like that, receipts, something that was thrown away that may tie everything with the case, or just be a major piece of evidence. Just so many things. KJ Max says, one person running back to the home and only one left the morning he was missing. Yeah, exactly. Holly S says, Butter, in my opinion, Texas Roadhouse was she was all business on the mission. Yeah, absolutely. And it didn't see, it's just it was a very odd interaction. And, I know Seth said that he very much felt, from reading the reports from the counseling sessions that Sebastian was doing once a week, that that was a very normal interaction based on what he understood, right? So it was like, that was the way he was treated, according to Seth, and according to what he read, and according to Sebastian being quoted by the medical professional that was seeing him at that time, had quotes from Sebastian about how he was feeling, about what he was going through. And Adam Forever 21 says, exactly, lady, no purchase from the yellow guy. It's also sus. Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. And, if I would have saw like him take away food, then I would have been like, oh, good. He doesn't have, maybe I'm just seeing things on that, but you really, it's just kind of, it is what it is, right? Because it's just so crazy that you don't see him taking away anything. In my opinion, they ran back to the crawl space door. That could be analysts, because that would be a quick way to get in there. Definitely. Lori says, yep, I assume KP going home in CP, or the cousin leaving. Yeah, well, and then Lori too. How did Lori get there so fast that morning? You know what I mean? If she was there, how did she get there when she lives, 6 hours away? I'm assuming she lives up by Chicago or in Illinois somewhere, in my opinion, allegedly. Adam Forever 21 says, in my opinion, no random perp. Someone close helped orchestrate this too, and seems lots points in the direction of those living in that house. Absolutely. And just the Foot Clan in general, right? Because I mean, it's just like part of what they do. They pay their way so people will help them do their dirty deeds. And, especially when it comes to, their sweet, beloved Chrissy Poo. I mean, he, if a woman scorns him, buddy, they better look out, because they're about to get their tires slashed. They're about to be harassed. It is, it's all hands on deck when somebody breaks Chris's heart. Let's just put it that way. Night couponing, keep sleuthing. Good night. Thank you for being here, couponing. I wonder, is the same person who ended up at Hong's home? Yeah, Sharon, I just can't ID the, I was trying so hard, guys, to kind of try to figure out who this guy was. A lot of people are saying that it's Bishop. I just haven't found the proof of who it is. It's very difficult, he's suited up, he's masked up, he's got glasses on, it's very difficult. And he also doesn't touch anything. If you notice that, he just kind of, he's, you know, and the mask conceals. It also gives off the appearance that maybe he's a germaphobe. He doesn't want to touch things. It also could mean, our friend C. Taylor was saying, could be autoimmune, where they don't want to touch anything because their immune system's compromised. But again, it's also coincidental, right? What are the odds of, some dude going in there? I mean, we all know, like Howie Mandel, like he's supposed to be like one of the biggest germaphobes. He never touches anybody. Like he's always like doing the fist bump. Like he doesn't ever want to, touch anybody or anything like that because he's a germaphobe, and that's okay. There's people that have phobias. I just don't know if I agree with that being the case here, or if it was like all a ruse, right? All a ruse. And KJ Maxx says, one question I've always had: if they whisked him away, why report him missing? Yeah, KJ Maxx, I know. That is something that I kind of go back and forth with as well. But I will say one interesting point that Crime Time Buzz made when we were studying her live. She said, the reason why she thinks that this could be a possibility is because that was kind of the initial plan. Now, could there have been a plan B? I'm thinking maybe. But the initial plan was like, okay, send him to dad's if dad, but dad couldn't take him because they couldn't get the school transferred over. He was waitlisted. Okay, so let's send him to an institution, behavioral center, or however you want to put it. Definitely still not someplace Sebastian ever needed to be, in my opinion. But nevertheless, they were going to send him there. And so their thought process was, get him out of the house, give him away, get rid of him, but not necessarily, unalive him, right? But yeah, I'm not sure. That's kind of where I go back to that, because I'm like, okay, so if they were going to do that, they wouldn't have reported him missing. They would have waited for, maybe even a week. But then again, that would look really, really suspicious. And so they would automatically look. So I think the plan was to report either way. I really do. And I just wonder if it went dark because they were thinking like none of this other stuff is working. And so let's do something worse. I hope not. God, I hope not. Yeah, Lori. Yes, analyst. Exactly, Lori. Yes. Yes. And I thought they were just good friends. I didn't know that they were cousins. I didn't know they were kin. And Robini says, why would you make your friends stay in a hotel when you have an empty room? Exactly, Robini. I think the same thing. And if your husband's out of town, like I'd be like, come on over, girl. He's out of town. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just normal, right? Because like I would rather stay with my friend than like be by myself. I mean, that's just me. I mean, could be like a codependency deal, but like also I just feel like, why would you make your friend pay? Especially if you guys are like relaxing, talking, like, I don't know, when I get together with my girlfriends, we're like, we're hanging out. We're not trying to, hang out for a little bit and then, okay, bye, see you later. You're going to your hotel, and if anything, it would also make sense for like Katie to go to the hotel with her, right? Get a double queen room and, make a night of it. Let the kids go down to the pool, whatever. It's odd. It's odd. Sharon says, Lady Freedom, isn't that the same type like Texas Roadhouse? Um, which one? Which one, hun? Which one? The same type? Are you mean like what he? I don't know. I'm sorry. I might have to have you elaborate on that question a little bit. And the analyst says they stay packed up because but Melissa says she did what if it was Lori? But what if it was Lori? Oh, I see. Like if it was Lori instead of Melissa, you thinking? And Lori says, I know there's a facial scanner that's super accurate, even like that. I wonder if it has been used on any of them. That's a good question, Lori. I'm not sure. That is a really good question. And Hindsight says, KJ Mack, in my opinion, they had to. He would be missing from school and then needed a reason why. So they chose to run away, hoping it would end there until LE saw that video, and then it changes the alert to Amber, in my opinion. That makes a lot of sense too, Hindsight. That really does. Because yeah, they would have to like, you know, call him out of school and what, you know what I mean? And then obviously if once it's found out, so you know, it was Katie's weekend. The next weekend was going to be Seth's weekend. They would have found out in a week. You know, that Friday, Seth would have been over there trying to pick up his son. And where the heck is he? You know? Yeah, that is such a good point. Um, and then Star says, I suspect to reduce any appearance of guilt since Sebastian was expected in school on the 26th. Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah, he would have been, he would have been, they'd had to call him out of school. We know they weren't in very great contact with his father, which in my opinion, they needed to be. He was 50-50. He had every right to know what was going on with his son. It's really upsetting that they didn't involve him, but they might have. You know, I don't know how the school works there, if they are called out for too many days, you know, and there's truancy laws too. You can't just keep your kid out for, you know, so many days and stuff like that. They're gonna wonder. And Lori says, Ra, I wouldn't want to say to stay with them, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, or laughing my butt off. Yeah, I wouldn't want to stay either. I'd be like, Chris isn't gonna be there. That's terrible. But the man triggers me. You know what I mean? I couldn't be there with that tension like that. It would just, I'd go to you know, that's true, Lori. I probably would get a hotel. Thinking about it like that, you know, and I invite Katie, come to the hotel, you know, I got a pool, you know, and stuff. And Vanna says, they would have to report him missing because he was in school. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they would only have 5 days, right? Until Seth would have been knocking on their door, where's my son? You know, he looked forward. Hey, Jude. Hey, sweetie. You know, he looked forward to that. He said that was the only time he lived was when his son, oh God, guys, you're going to make me cry. When his son was with him, and he said that he worked all week to get the money for that, so that way they could go do whatever they wanted and have a great time. And that's what good dads do. That's what good parents do, you know, and especially when you're divorced, because you don't get to see your kids all the time anymore, you know, you don't get to have them all the time. So, and KJ Max says, Star, yes, that could be. CP was angry that this was getting bigger. Yeah. Well, I don't think they really thought. I really don't think that they thought for one freaking second that it was going to get this big. I don't think they really thought that we would all love Sebastian so much, because they were just so over him, you know, and we're like, we're not over him, not even close. And guess what? We're building momentum, and it's been over a year and we're building momentum. So nothing's slowing down. And all of the little cogs they try to put in the wheel never stopped anything. And we won't stop. And Sharon says, Lady Freedom Star on Narratives now. Texas Roadhouse glasses and face mask and Hong's glasses, face mask. Wonder if they're the same person. I know. I was wondering about that too. I don't know. Do you guys have any type? Because I know a lot of you have said like there was some dude at Hong's. Did he get like a? Did he get a like a Ring camera of him or anything like that? Or is that out? You know? I wonder. I wonder. I need to see a side-by-side photos to tell. Right. Yeah, absolutely, Lori. I know that's the best way to really look at it, isn't it? That's why I was so glad that when Chris put those side-by-sides in his video, I was like, oh, wow, that's really neat too. You know, perfect. The analyst says, why did Lori drive? What if it's her car that night? That explains where she was there the next day. I don't know. I don't know what she drives. I don't. If it's a dark colored Nissan Altima, you know, I would die. Really, I would. Um, I know my heart. Poor Hey Jude. Oh my goodness, those are the worst. You know, migraines are so horrible, and also just the light is really like. And I don't get migraines really, but like I do get light sensitivity, and like if I have a headache, forget about it. I'm in a dark room. You know what I mean? And then also like screens. Oh my gosh. And the analyst says, no, lady, I'm saying, what if it's her and they said she's a cousin? Oh, to hide the ID. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, analyst. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, for sure, that could definitely be. Yeah, like, oh, yeah, this is my cousin. Yeah, sure. I mean, and it wouldn't be that far fetched if you look at the two of them, in my opinion. Um, that's interesting though, analyst. That's very interesting. That sex hate you. Ah. And Holly says the way KP seemed to normalize a registered SO. Yeah, it scares me to think her handing Sebastian off to some RSO. Exactly. I mean, and the California business. No. There wasn't very much protecting him, in my opinion. I mean, I was like infuriated. I know a lot of you all were too when I heard that it was like, wait a minute, this was the last straw for Katie was because you called and did a well check on your son, and why didn't she get in trouble for doing that? Gosh, bless Seth for real. Mm-mm. Oh, okay. Lori, the friend drives an unusual black VW. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Thank you so much. Yeah. So there you have it. I mean, so in an unusual, and that's the thing. That's why, in my opinion, they would use something like a Nissan Altima, right? Because it's kind of like it's a common car, and then also like a darker color, obviously, because they're doing it at night. Makes sense. Right, lady, come on over, but that also makes me wonder if KP was avoiding company that night. Well, and that could have been too, right? That could have been too. Yeah, where she was like, why don't you guys get a hotel? You guys will be more comfortable there, or something like that. Or, oh, this one's got a pool and, we'll come by and swim or something like that. And then maybe that person didn't know, because I can't see Katie telling anybody that she did this, right? Except for the ones that were involved in helping with it. But I could be wrong. Oh, really? Hate you. Sorry. Let's see. I wonder if Lori has ever questioned about. Holly, I would hope so. I mean, that was somebody that was there at the poker game. They, in the investigation, it should have even gone back weeks or maybe even a whole year before, right? Because of because of all of those CPS reports, in my opinion. So I would really hope that they did. I really would hope they did. By LE, yeah, by LE, exactly. Oh, good. I'm glad you got something for it, KJ. Those can be so awful. Oh, so awful. KJ Max says, "Oh, I had missed that comment from Hindsight." Yes, that could be. Yeah, and see, it's so great to put everybody's heads together because that's really how we get things rolling. And like, hey, Jude, come in. Okay, now we know the make and model, right? It's a strange VW. You know. And Adam Forever 21 says, Chinese interrogation, in my opinion, somebody needs to be forced for answers. Time is already too long. I know. I would love. I said, it's horrible. I know, but you know, yeah. There's ways of making people talk. Let's just put it that way. Let's just put it that way. There's ways. Lori says, "Oh, you have? Oh my gosh, Lori. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is strange. I wonder what parts causes that. That is, wow. I'm glad that you don't have them anymore, but that is interesting. The human brain is fascinating. Yeah, human rights violation. Unfortunately, Star. Oh, it is the worst, I bet. Oh my gosh. Vonna says, I pulled my two kids out of public school and put them in private school. I was missed, so I didn't tell public school anything, and they sent the police to my house because I wasn't answering the phone. Yes, yes. So they'll send like a truancy officer over, right? Because they don't know what's going on. They're like, okay, is the kiddo, especially like a teen, right? A teenager might just be like skipping school and stuff like that, or cutting class. The parents might not know, so they'll send a truancy officer, right? Exactly. And sometimes you don't even realize that, right? Because we all send our kids to school every day. Most of the time, you just don't even think about it, right? You're just like, school night, right? School tomorrow, things like that. Um, oh, I love horses, Vaughn, I do. Lori. KJ Max says, and what would the story be if they were to have Sebastian return years later? He's articulate enough to tell his own story. He would. I believe he would too. He'd be like, you know what happened to me? And he'd be telling his dad. He'd be telling his dad. I have every bit of me thinks that for sure. For sure. And Rob Beanie says, okay, what if KP said she called CP at 6:03? He called LE 6:33. He said they were in 19 minutes. Called LE because KP's phone would ping away from home. She needed that 30 minutes to get home, maybe from the hotel. Oh, okay, Robini, that is an interesting theory. 30 minutes, that is a whole 30 minutes, and then also, well, I will say I don't know what the camera footage caught, but I know that she was caught on camera footage, riding around the parking lot at the school. But that still doesn't mean that she wasn't already, you know what I mean? Like, it depends on where, because if she came from the one direction, coming from their house, but if she came from an opposite, but still the hotel could have been in the same direction of the house. Yeah, that's really interesting. Thank you. You know. Oh, I'm so glad you got it taken care of too, Lori. Ooh, Hawaiian coffee? Hey, Jude, that sounds good. I love me some coffee. I love it. I love it. I do the little thing. I did a latte last night. You guys probably saw like all my cinnamon on the top that I put on there, but like I did a latte last night and I did a double shot of espresso and then I did like the frothy milk stuff and it's so good. It's like one of my favorite things. But I like strong coffee, strong, strong. It's like, is it mud? Give it to me. But espresso is so good. Yes, not the same guy, Hindsight says. Ah, thank you. Hey, Jude. Hey, Limelight Girl. How are you? Oh, he did post it on X. I'm going to have to go through. Guys, I'm not the greatest Xer, because it's kind of confusing to me. It sounds so bad. Like refining posts and stuff like that. So I'm going to look. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Maybe Lori's going to be a part of the alibi. Very possible. Very possible, Holly. Yeah, super possible. Yay, coffee time, coffee time. Okay, guys, so I think what we'll do really quick too. So, sure works in China though, Adam. It's the universal way of getting information. Hey, Mom 3 OG. Let's while we have hindsight here, I would like to go ahead and look at this video again. And I'm gonna go ahead and we'll play it. Make sure I have it here. Yes, sweet. Okay, I knew I had it. All right, here we go, guys. And what I did here is I slowed it down, right, just so we could see like a lot of information that was going on. But the way that she does this is just it's awesome. So here we go. Okay, guys. Yeah, and I agree. And then that side by side where you show exactly how they align, right? Because that's really important to kind of put it into perspective for everybody. It's like, okay, here's what I'm seeing, and this is why I think this, and that is so powerful. So powerful. Yes. Hey Jude. She's awesome. And you know, and that's the thing. It's one of those things where you know, the shirt is really what got a lot of us too. I think I can't remember um sorry guys, I went and used the bathroom really quick while I was on the video, and I kind of have a little bit of stuff going on. But yeah, it's gosh, that was one thing that got everybody was like Yoda, right? Because when we look at his Yoda shirt, one of the ears is sticking out a lot, but the other one is kind of not really quite doing that, right? Because of the way he's positioned, with the way that Yoda is positioned, Baby Yoda on on Sebastian's t-shirt. And so when we're looking at that, it almost just looks like a green ball or something, you know what I mean, on his shirt. Um, just really amazing. Like, and then, like I said, when it comes together, it's like, yeah, the Grogu. Yes. Yes. Hey, Jude. And see, I always just knew him as kind of Baby Yoda. And then, whenever, Katie was asked by Smiley, you know, what was he wearing the night at the Texas Roadhouse? And she said, you know, jeans, his tennis shoes, and his Grogu shirt, you know, a shirt with Grogu on it. She knew exactly what he was wearing when they went to dinner, but she didn't know what he was wearing to bed, which I found to be questionable. And that's when they started with the nonsense of, well, it could have been 3 different depictions. It could have been the Halloween. It could have been Minecraft, and it could have been Star Wars, you know? And it's like, okay, well, which one is it? And why is it so hard to decipher which one it is? Very interesting. Yeah, thank you. Because I was like, who's Grogu? And then I was like, oh, Baby Yoda. Okay, I know who that is. Um, and you see him turn and walk away too. Exactly, Rob Beanie. Exactly. Hey, Billy B for you. Good to see you. And Hindsight says, lady, look at KP's pic and yellow guy's pic. Look at the black line column in the background. Then the sizing is different in height of the photo itself. The columns match. Okay, let me read that again. Look at KP's picture and yellow guy's picture. Look at the back or the black line column in the background. Through the sizing, or excuse me, though the sizing is different in height of the photo itself, the columns match. Right. So do you think that there's a possibility, what is it a column from inside the restaurant, like the booth or something like that, like the booth that they're sitting in? The analyst, that could very well possibly be that he's wearing what he had on at Texas Roadhouse. Very, very possible. It's similar anyway. I mean, minus, you know, I guess it was a long sleeve black shirt with some type of graphic on it. He was wearing jeans, and then she switched it to the sweatpants. And then Chris said they were like 80s, 70s Adidas style. Like he went on that whole tangent with it. Yes. Okay. Hindsight. Let's watch it again, guys, because I'd like to see that circled in red. Yes. And see, that's what got me. Yeah. The two red circles. Let's watch it again, because I do want to go over that again. I'm just going to pop my avatar. By golly, I had it. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here it is right here, guys. You can see that same pillar in the back. I see it. Yep, I see it. Because you originally don't see his cell phone when he's coming out, and I'm going to show you that, guys. And of course, see something, say something. Thank you, Hindsight. That's right. You know, and we have all of these beautiful pictures of Sebastian on here, the pictures that we really need to be focused on that are most recent. Thank you, at night. We're going to look here. So this one is going to be dog's video, and I slowed it down way down, right? So they're coming out, everyone at the same time, right? 1823. We have Katie and Sebastian that went around that other pillar, right? And then we also have the man who looks like he doesn't have a cell phone at all right at this point, although we don't know because, you know, his other hand is kind of obscured, can't really see. But he's coming over and he has these weird like gloves on, right? And he's masked up, glasses, so very difficult to make out any type of facial features, in my opinion. He comes around here and he's going to go up to this window. And I mean, he comes out right with Katie and Sebastian. Now he's going to touch something over here, but he makes sure not to touch it with his hand. Sorry, this darn banner sometimes. There we go. See how he kind of like touches it with his sleeve rather than his hand here. It's like, what is he doing? And he doesn't get a food, he doesn't get a bag of food, he doesn't get a takeaway. He's not, you know, on a delivery or a door dasher. It doesn't appear that way anyway. So now he's just kind of over there, right? And we know that the guy in the black hoodie knows of him, or maybe he doesn't. Maybe that guy was like, well, who are you and what do you need? You know, and it just appears like they might know each other. Now we can see him pull this phone out. Now here's his phone. We can see Grogu, right? And we can't really make out Sebastian yet. And now this is slowed all the way down again, like I said, but now you can see Grogu a little bit more, his ear, right? Kind of how it appears on Sebastian's shirt. And then I don't know if this is the camera focusing in, but all of a sudden we see like movement, right? And Sebastian. So it really begs the question for me, did Katie send him, because I really do believe she sent him the photos instead of Chris. But I also think he may have been videotaping Sebastian on the way out. And then I kind of showed a zoomed out version, but here it is again. And a close-up of his phone. And it looks like he didn't really have a good focus on Sebastian at all, just his shirt. And then it looks like the camera angle goes up a little bit, or there's some movement. And then all of a sudden it's this, you know, person. It's a whole person that comes into view. And so it's just so hard to decipher. It's a photo, Hindsight says. Yeah, and see, and the tough part for me is because obviously we're looking from the camera, right? We're looking from the footage, and so, you know, it might just be the movement of the camera focusing in on, you know, the picture. So yeah, I mean, I am very much open when it comes to that. Because I also, another thing, hindsight is like, we were talking about it, and it's like I can't even decipher whether this has occurred in the restaurant, like when Sebastian is sitting there, because a lot of people are like, it looks like he's sitting in the at the table when this is occurring on his phone, on Yellow Jacket's phone. But then some people were like, no, it looks like he took a video of them on the way out, which could be possible, but it would be a very odd angle, and he would have had to have done it somehow behind his back, right? But then he would have had to like hold the phone up somehow. So it's very awkward. And I don't know that works. And so it's been really bugging me, you know, because I know we were kind of going to move on to some of the real estate stuff. And hindsight says, in my opinion, I think it's him moving the phone. I pulled it frame by frame. Okay, so you think it like it's because he's moving the phone, and then also with it being like a recording of his phone that we're looking at through the lens of the camera. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Tanya says it's also a photo. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. I mean, I'm really interested to know what you all think, because we know that Katie took the photos. You know, we know she did. We watched her do it. And then the side by sides are, you know, incredible, because you can really tell that they're the same image. Although it's just too bad we couldn't get closer, but I can see what you're seeing. Oh, thank you guys for sending me the Yellow Jacket at Hong's. Hindsight says, in my opinion, KP sent the photos while she was seated, and he looked at it after they got in the car. Right, right. Because I mean, you can definitely see him, you know, get his phone out, and it doesn't appear that he has a phone in his hand before that. It's just the gloves kind of threw me off, and I'm like, was he able to take some sort of a video, you know, or did Katie send him a video as well? But it doesn't appear that she was taking a video based on, you know, it looks like it does look like photos, you know, it definitely looks like photos, but I wasn't putting it past her to not take a video and send it over either, you know. Karen says it looks like Sebastian, but where did the angel come from? Or excuse me, the angle come from. KK didn't photo him from the side, in my opinion. See, that was why I thought it might be a video too, because it looks like he's in one spot and then he turns over, turning over. Hey, sweet sativa. Camera on, lights in the parking lot, in my opinion. Yeah, see, it's just so hard. It's so hard, but if you did it frame by frame, see, and all I did was I took Dog's video and I just slowed it all the way down, all the, you know, as much as I could, and then I just couldn't believe that the image appeared like that. Like, I could totally see his shirt, and then all of a sudden, boom, the image. Yeah, Billy B, it's true. Isn't it funny the way only one person's wearing a mask? Yeah, and we were kind of trying to chalk it up to, well, maybe he's a germaphobe, maybe he's immunocompromised. You know, he doesn't have gloves on. He has a mask on his left wrist. Oh, it's a mask on his left wrist. Golly, because it looked so weird to me. I was like, what kind of gloves? And then somebody, was it our little Redo? She said something like, is he wearing like a prosthetic or something? You know, like we were trying to figure out. So, okay, thank you for that, because I couldn't figure out what he had going on there. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. I see him videoing Sebastian Rogers secretly, in my opinion. See, I'm stumped. I'm really stumped, guys. And hey, Jude says, Lori, his name is, Mr. Carr. I think it's been publicly stated before he's not a suspect. Yeah, it's only a rumor he and Katie are seeing each other. Yeah, it has been publicly stated, about Mr. Carr. Yeah, and I did some research on the man. Doesn't seem like a bad guy, in my opinion, but you know what I mean? It's hard to kind of decipher that. And Star says, I think it was when Yellow Jacket guy was at the takeout window. It looks like Sebastian is standing, not sitting, hands in his pockets. And see, that was like his hand is kind of like this, like at this angle, right? See, and that's so is it a photo or no? I don't know, Sharon. We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to figure it out. It's so strange. It's so strange. You know what? Let me play this one that I got, and it that I put both of them together. This first one.
Well, I don't mean to spin this, but you said a lot of law enforcement and volunteers and all that were out there searching. Let me tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. Chris Proudfoot was threatening all kind of people that they should go home. Why are they there? He allegedly sprayed some neighbor with water, because they were asking. So a lot of people, let's say, tried to, help and volunteer, but Proudfoot and his cronies, or maybe by himself, was threatening them, stopping them. And I don't know why the people that were threatened and threatened by him allegedly didn't call the police, or what is it called, the TBI? I don't know why the TBI hasn't done nothing unless they're neck deep in it too. I talked to one of the guys, and it was ridiculous. We want the FBI, the marshals. We need the FBI. We need the marshals in on this. And let me tell you about them. They will find what happened to the little boy. They will find Sebastian, what happened to him.
What do you think happened to him, Dwayne? I mean, it seems it's very hard to get your head around that he has not turned up after this long of a period of time. Do you believe he was abducted? Is he? What's your gut telling you now that you know enough and have invested enough here? What's your gut say?
Well, first of all, please call me dog. That's okay to call me dog. And there's a lot of possibilities. Okay, the worst possibility, of course, you could guess that. But we've checked into sex slaves. There's a lot of kids that are autistic that it's unbelievable, from 5 to 18 years old, little boys and little girls that are in the sex trade. They're catching them right now all over Tennessee. They just caught a kid, I think 8 or 9 years old, yesterday or the day before. So, we want to show those kids pictures of Sebastian. We want to show them those little kids got, sometimes they can ID someone a lot better than anyone else. So we want to show those kids pictures. But again, the ones that I guess found the kids is the TBI. I hate to sound redundant, but we need the federal marshals and we need the feds in on this.
You mentioned the Proudfoots, Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot, for those who have been following this, is the mother of Sebastian. She was the last person to see him. Chris, the stepfather, and we invited them on tonight. We did get a hold of them. They declined. You mentioned the Proudfoots, Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot, for those who have been following this, is the mother of Sebastian. She was the last person to see him. Chris, the stepfather, and we invited them on tonight. We did get a hold of them. They declined. We invited them on tonight. We did get a hold of them. They declined.
Okay, guys. So, you guys were saying some really interesting stuff in there. So the smart glasses, I could see that, like, if he's recording from the glasses, and then also, they were also talking about, well, who was it? Was it R. Taylor? Was saying that the angle looked like it was, coming from above, instead of like a straightforward angle or below. It was more like up high. So that makes a lot of sense. Also, Star mentioned the photos that are kind of like a live photo. Like, so on my iPhone, I could take a photo. If it's in live mode, it would do like you said, like a second or 2 seconds, of and it'll show like the movement, right? The last movement in there. So that's another thing. And then I also saw Lori say that excuse me, not iPhone. I wrote iPhone. That Google Pix does that. Google Photos will do that too. Oh, thank you, Billy B, for your super sticker. Thanks so much, sweetheart. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Aw. And let's see here. I'm just gonna pop back up here just a little bit, guys. Everything they need is right there. If the mother should be around. I agree, Vonna. I do. Google Photos started it. Let's see. Not CC. I don't think it's CC. I don't. No. Yeah, I wish the clarity that I see can be transferred to video to post. Unfortunately, it doesn't. I know it's so hard. And I uploaded that one in 1080p. You know what I mean? The highest resolution that I possibly could. Just because I was like, I need it in the best resolution, but it's so tough. Um, I believe Dog Sweet Sativa. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's just odd because he put that post out. Excuse me. He put the post out and it was like, okay, and he says that the table, that the photos didn't leave the table. And so I was like, okay, that's interesting. Like an interesting choice of words. And I don't know if he meant, like, I guess you could take it in a couple different ways if you think about it long enough, which of course, this is what we all do. We sit there and think about it too long, or we overanalyze, but it's not a bad thing in my opinion. But like you could think of it like he's saying that, how do I put it? That we never see the photos again, right? Until they leak the video out. But then also, maybe he's saying perhaps that, she sent them off to somebody. We know that she sent them to Chris. It's just weird. Sandy says it's not Chris Carr. He's kind of a GA government official. I think I couldn't think Sumner County Ellie, but somebody gave another Carr first name. I have to go back and look. Okay. It is, well, and see, that's Sharon, that's true. In my opinion, I see Sebastian in the phone, and in my opinion, he had a delay in getting the photo, and that's possible. Vonna, I'm still stuck on that now that you say smart glasses. He's wearing a lot of strange clothing, and exactly, hey Jude, he's wearing a lot of strange clothing and a hoodie, a raincoat, on a not raining or cold night. Exactly, because we see Sebastian, he's out there in a t-shirt, for crying out loud. It's so weird, Billy B. It is so weird. I think his arm looked weird too. It did, Rob Beanie, it did. Maybe he was wearing the camera glasses you can download to your cell phone. Yeah, and I don't know how fast that all happens, but I'm sure it uses like the Bluetooth technology just like anything else. That's interesting, guys. That's so interesting. And I'm not even here to tell you what I think. I'm here to tell you what I think, but also I'm really wanting your feedback on this because I am like, I don't know what to think of this. This is nuts. And why does this man have, this is my biggest thing. Why does this man have poor Sebastian's picture on his phone. That guy has no business having it. So this is the guy at Hong's, and I know you guys have probably all seen this, but see, I'd have to really do a side by side and kind of compare. It's so tough because now this man is bald, but it looks like the other man is a bit younger. But there's a resemblance, no doubt, no doubt. It's just strange. It's just strange. Here's kind of like another view. Ugh, what a weirdo. I mean, this guy's like at Hong's at nighttime. How weird is that? That's so weird. Oh, this is the one I want to show you guys too. This is a close. And he's sporting an Under Armour t-shirt, but I mean that one is a little bit, this is a good one. And maybe his hair is just grown out a little bit too, and he's, gray. I would like to show you all in a comparison though. Poor Hong. That had to have been, that had to be really wonderful to discover that on his, camera footage, that some weirdo is outside of his home like that. Yeah, noise canceling headphones. Yes. Sandy, correct. It's definitely not CC. FBI's conviction rate is almost 100%. Sweet sativa. That's what I'm saying. I mean, shoot, they need to get these people on it. When Dog said that today, it really revved me up. I was like, they need to get the feds in right now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just like, ugh. And Star says, Sharon, I see him too. Now something I've seen phones do, and it's weird feature. Okay, yeah, moving the photos. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. It's maybe 2-second, multi-frame picture. Yeah, and see, my phone will do that with a live pic, I just thinking about, and Lori says Google Photos also does that. So it's like if you take a picture, and it's in live mode, like if I take a picture of my dog and he turns his head, it'll show him doing that, and it'll be like the picture, if it's live, you'll just see that, something to that effect. No surprise there, Sweet Sativa. Star, yes, I know what you mean, but my daughter's phone does that. Everything they need is right there. The mother should be, I agree. Fair point. Also clever if you want to be like, how was I suspicious? I was a freaking bright yellow jacket. And who said that, Star? Do you remember who said that the other night? Like when it was probably like a couple nights ago now. But somebody was like, well, if they're going to do something like that, wouldn't they wear like not so bright colors? And we all had to laugh and agree, right? Like, good point. But you never know. Criminals, and see, those are those little teeny things that always get them caught up, right? Because they're already doing something they know is wrong, that they shouldn't be doing. And so sometimes they're more focused on, doing what they're doing is wrong, and then not really thinking through what they're doing, right? And then bam, there goes like big bright yellow jacket. Yes, 100% Dog. Time to move FBI and Rangers. Please, I would love to see the marshals come out. How do you say no to the U.S. Marshals? It makes it look even worse. Exactly. Yeah. Like, oh, we don't want you to help us. You're like, no, it's okay. We got this. It's like, no, you don't. Absolutely, you don't. Yeah. They need more evidence, Sharon. I mean, unfortunately, and I think they have a lot, but yeah, I feel like it's so blatant too. Vaughn, I do. Holly S is 100. It's just like, the one there is Sebastian going to sit down in the chair at the Texas Roadhouse. Oh, okay, Sharon, see, and that's, when you guys say stuff like that, then it makes me think, okay, yeah, that could be possible too. Like how he goes and sits, right? Like he comes in and he sits down. I can see that. And maybe not the hand in the pocket. Maybe his hand is like more up. Super sticker. Thank you, Hey Jude. Honestly, love your work. Aw, thank you, Billy B. I love you being here. You guys are also awesome, and I just love hearing all of your perspective. You know what I mean, because it's just it's so helpful and understanding too. Because a lot of this stuff, I'm just like, what am I looking at? Okay, or okay, maybe I think this, and then somebody else will say this. Oh, okay, now I see what you're saying. Yeah, I can see that. Sharon says, yes, I know, but if they go in too quickly, key facts may be missed in an arrest and get blown, or they could get thrown out. Need the evidence to nail them. Yeah, and another thing I was thinking of too, Sharon, I'm glad you guys brought that up too, um, because it's like there's a lot of evidence that could be thrown out, right? And so if they come to the table and they don't have an abundance of evidence to work with, some of this stuff could just get thrown out and it could really screw everything up, right? And like that's one thing that I'd be really worried about. Like if they just hurried up and jumped on this without having enough, because um the judge could suppress, right? And if they're going to have, in my opinion, they're going to probably get a really good attorney, kind of like, little Miss Anthony over there. And we don't want them getting off. He is similar, Lori, I think too. Yeah. Yeah, he is similar, but not quite. Hold on, let me show you this since we're calling on Beetlejuice. Plus, like, Terry's got some pretty good hair going. So we'll just put it that way. Prove it. Prove it. What a weirdo. But, that's not to say he's not, like, kin to him or anything, I mean, shoot. Aw, thanks, Holly S. Yes, thank you for the super sticker. In my opinion, I'm taking it like never went anywhere, but where she gave them to Yellowcoat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying too, Hindsight. Um, and see, that's definitely not the answer I want. Well, and it is what it is. It happens, right? But I'm just like, I really wanted like him to be like, okay, yeah, we got something, right? It's so hard though, because I'll tell you well, our friend Carol sent him over the still, and I was like, I don't know about that. That doesn't. And I'm like, I don't see it. And even TJ had sent me one too. And I'm like, hmm. And I was on Justin's live too when they were talking about it, and we looked and I'm like, I don't see anything. So sometimes it takes so many times to see it that I wonder, but I just don't know why he would have them on his phone. But I see what you're saying, Hindsight, and I did take it that way too. I was trying to look at it from a couple different angles. Dog is pretty straightforward. So, I think that you probably are right with that, saying that they never went anywhere, but but her giving them to the yellow coat, right? Like we never got to see him, right? We never got to see Sebastian, his last interaction with mom, or until recently. And also they weren't used, in the investigation, being like, this was the last time we saw him. They could have just taken a still from the Texas Roadhouse and it would have been better. Hey, June, good to see you. Oh, thank you so much. Just want to ask if the yellow jacket guy at the Texas Roadhouse, does anyone know it's the same person searching on horseback? I think the guy looks Army, military, maybe X. Oh, I remember that really sweet man that had the horse stable, and then he said, Craddock had asked us to come out on horseback and stuff like that, but I don't know. It's a possibility. And thank you so much for being here, June. Thank you. Yeah, and Tanya says, I was wondering about dog saying that it didn't leave the table, thought it was confusing. I was like, oh no, I was like, did Nick the Hat, write your post for you? Are you doing riddles? No, I'm just teasing. But I was stumped by that too. I can't lie. You know, Ivana says, I'm sure that's true to some degree, Sharon, but I would think this is so obvious. She sent him a picture of Sebastian, and one would think time is of the essence. That boy needs help. I agree. I agree. I agree with both of you guys. I really do, because, I'm just so afraid that they're going to get a good defense. And if they don't have like overwhelming evidence, because some of it's going to get suppressed, in my opinion, Chris Proudfoot's going to throw a little hissy fit, like, oh my gosh, you can't use that because I was mistreated, and, or whatever the case may be. When in reality, Sebastian's the one that should be always worried about, the way he feels, what's going on with him and what's happened. Lori says, how can they have evidence without doing luminol or prints, though? I know, Lori, and we were talking about that a little bit earlier with the Faro technology. They use that camera that does like the 3D imaging, and then it kind of preserves the crime scene, so they can go back with virtual reality and, watch it again and see it. I just don't know. I don't know. Sharon says, in my opinion, someone needs to talk to the other guy at the door that works at the Texas Roadhouse and what he saw and heard. I'm surprised nobody has. And if they, and they probably have, honestly, the black hoodie guy, the one was like wearing like the blue surgical gloves. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks, Sandy. Thanks, Sandy Johnson, for letting me know. Yeah, because, it's just so hard to tell. You know what I mean? It's just so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell. Tracy Kramer, good to see you. Tracy says, what the Proudfeeds family didn't expect, the world fell in love with Sebastian, and we need to find him and bring him back. Oh gosh, do we ever? Do we ever? It's like of the utmost importance, right? There shouldn't be there really shouldn't be any other thing that we're talking about or trying to accomplish, right? In my opinion, too. I completely get that, Tracy. So thank you for that. And Holly S. says, maybe Ellie turned down the Marshals because it's something about them, corruption and Amber. Okay, yes, they're afraid the Marshals will expose. There's been a lot of weird stuff going on, and there is a lot going on in that area, and then like Gallatin. I think that you could really be onto something there, Holly, because or it could be just ego. We got this, we don't need anybody. We had you all in here in the beginning, and we got everything we needed, and now we're just trying to piece it together and figure it out. I can't really quite pinpoint it myself either. Vana says KP needs to have the hell scared out of her and make her talk. I mean, I just can't believe they've never formally brought them down and questioned. It doesn't seem like that ever happened. It always seems like it happened like in the comfort of their own home, which is very strange to me, that it would be in the comfort and confines of their own like environment. Usually, if the police have something to talk to you about, they bring you down to the station, right? I mean, that's kind of where we get that, go down to the station. So you typically don't see people getting that courtesy of being able to stay in their own home unless there's a really deep level of corruption, in my opinion. Quite like the Ramsey case. I think our Napa Noche father brought that up earlier. And Hindsight says, in my opinion, he has 3 layers on under that coat: black shirt, white shirt, a white hoodie, and then a coat. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. He's definitely layered up. Like, you can tell it's like a puffy, right? He's definitely puffy. KJ Max says she may have sent the photo to her burner. Oh, possibly. Very possible. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, welcome in, June. Welcome in. Halia's my favorite creator. Aw, Billy, thank you. Gosh, you guys. In my opinion, yes, glasses have cameras in them too. Yeah, that's one thing I'm stuck on. I really am. Yeah, Hey Jude says Tracy, exactly. Tracy says, was it Katie in Texas Roadhouse taking and sending pics to Yellow Jacket guy? Was it him she was looking for? I believe so. And I'll show you, let me show you Hindsights again. Let me show you Hindsights again, because there we go. Yeah, here, I will show. Thank you so much for 100 likes. I really appreciated it. One of these days I might make us get to 150 or something, but I'm just so happy to get 100 that I'm just happy to get 100. And I'm just happy to be here with all of you guys too. You guys are amazing. And I really super duper appreciate our Hindsight for coming in and just being with us tonight and talking, because it's really important for especially for us to get a good perspective. And then I love how you told us that you did a frame by frame. I like that because I always wonder kind of, the process a little bit because I know a little bit. I'm not super versed in it, but I'm still learning every day. But it's very interesting to hear kind of how we come to the conclusion too. So absolutely hindsight anytime, anytime, friend. And so, hey, Miss Lori. There's our friend Lori. And Lori, it's been so cold here in Florida. It's too cold. I got acclimated, and I never thought, that I'd ever say it's cold when it's 60 degrees, but it's like kind of chilly air. Um, Anyone know if yours common for one detective to be on one case and no other cases? Holly, that's strange. I mean, I believe me, I was happy when I heard that though. I was like, oh, thank God they're working for him. You know, um, I'm wondering if Lori took some evidence back with her and disposed of it. Very possible. I thought it was weird that they only went out to dinner together, and then we never hear about Sebastian eating lunch. That really kind of bothers me too. Cold in Florida, Lori. I should have said, "Don't laugh at me," but Lori. And then says, I'm wondering if Lori, okay, yeah, Holly, see, that's going to bug me now too. But I'm glad you brought it up because it's like, possibly, I mean, logistically, there had to be a lot involved. I knew that it was not only two people, and of course, let me preface allegedly, in my opinion, but just for this all to have worked so easily and so seamlessly, I think there had to be more involved. Although the more people that you have, it could throw, a little bit of a wrench in there, or you can have some hiccups. Some people might back out and they're like, I really don't want to do this, even if they're paid, stuff like that. So yay, momming it up. We love momming it up over here. We do. We love momming it up. She is amazing. Um, yes. Thanks, Karen. Thank you so much. It'll warm up soon. I know, Lori, and then I'll be complaining. It's so hot, Lori. It's so hot. Because I haven't been here in the summer yet. So Tracy says officer at the vigil breaking down in his house at the back of Sebastian's where the flashlights were. Yeah, that was completely shocking. And I had never heard that before. And just hearing that, I was like, oh wow, because we all knew, because Bobby the neighbor said that there were a couple of officers that lived in the neighborhood that came to the vigil, but we never heard that one of them broke down and was like, this is bad, this is so bad. I will say, allegedly, in my opinion, that KP is friends with CC on Facebook. That doesn't mean anything, though, but it is allegedly true, in my opinion. With that being said, maybe they were friendly, and maybe that guy really likes Sebastian. You know what I mean? Who wouldn't? We've all fallen in love with them, so it's just, I mean, it's not far-fetched at all. But I was shocked, Tracy, when I heard that. I was like, oh my gosh, so he was like really upset, right? And usually, especially, and gosh, I probably should think before I say it, so I'm glad I did a little bit there. But typically we look at a police officer like, oh, he's a big burly guy, you know what I mean? He deals with this stuff, he sees all kinds of stuff, he's never going to be affected. It speaks volumes that he was that affected. And it could have been a multitude of reasons, but nevertheless, he was that affected. So I think it's something to think about. In hindsight says, we ask if there was nothing to see at Texas Roadhouse. Why did you frantically rush there, KP, when the video went public? I mean, you would think she would be rushing there like in the beginning to get like some photos. Well, I mean, she didn't need those, did she? She had some. But to get like the most recent one from that night, that would have been the first thing on my mind. But then again, like I said, the Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and I'm not sure, guys, because my daughter's older now, but like when she was little, they give a little card, and it was like a little ID card, right? A little thing that you stick in your wallet, and it came with the school pictures, and it would give their stats on there, and then also their little school picture that they had just taken. And so in case something happened or they got lost or something, you know, they were misplaced, right? Because sometimes that happens. Like I said, sometimes kids will run underneath the, the rack at the, clothing store, and you're like, oh my gosh, where are you? You know what I mean? What happened? And they come pop out, and you're like, oh, don't do that to me. You scared me. But like it happens, right? Or you just, they wander off for a second, especially, someone with autism. But that would be the first thing that you would want to give to law enforcement, right? Is that here's the missing and exploited kids card. And that's why they came up with that, was for things like that, because of poor little Adam Walsh, and John just made that initiative. It's just his life's mission now. You know what I mean? So absolutely hindsight. I mean, that is just, it just screams like something's wrong, right? It's like the biggest red flag we could possibly get. KJ Maxx says Holly S. unalivers. No boundaries. They will cross the ultimate line. Absolutely. I agree with that. I agree. And people that are willing to hurt a little one, you know what I mean? Even, and again, like with Sebastian, I know he's not a little one, but he kind of is, you know what I mean? To me, he is, for sure, Hey Jude says, yes, hindsight, exactly. Tracy says, maybe why Sheriff and LE won't say anything. It might be one of them. Or there's some involvement, right? Or there may have been some friendships and they're just kind of like, they don't want to rock the boat, but it's not even about them. It's about Sebastian, in my opinion. Yeah, who's the crime-fighting dog, McGruff? Yeah, McGruff, the crime fighter. Yeah, I think that's who. I had better ID cards. Yeah, and that's those are the initiatives that people would take. And now we hear of just kids going missing all the time. And I think maybe we need to like revamp some of that, because that was all really positive, good ideas and good things that were going on, that would combat things like that. But now I think that we need to rethink some of it and maybe like make it more, how do I put it? More with the times, right? Updated, make it more updated. Because I think that it's important, especially, I don't know. I guess, and two, I think parents just have, most of the time, that parents have like a billion pictures of their kids on the phone. So typically, maybe with the technology of cell phones, that's why we don't see that as frequently now. And the schools might still do it. It was through Life Touch or whatever, like the picture, who came to do the pictures. So it was some sort of initiative with them. What happened where these pictures go? What did Katie took at their Texas Roadhouse must have been kind of electronic find we live in. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yes. And there is a path. There is an electronic footprint. Absolutely, Tracy. That's a great point. Hey Jude says, being LE or military, you still have normal response to trauma. Absolutely. And sometimes, even maybe an amplified one, you know what I mean? Like if you have PTSD or complex PTSD, absolutely. Because especially when it sticks with you like complex does. And that's kind of why they came up with the complex, because a lot of the behaviors can be helped with therapies, and a lot of the trauma can be overcome with therapies, but where the complex part comes in is when you're still experiencing it very frequently and heavily. You know what I mean? So that's such a great point. Hey Jude. The question is, why wasn't the Texas Roadhouse photo put out on February 26th? Amen for that. Because you even see like Sebastian's hair is so much darker and his features are so much older, and gosh, I couldn't agree more. I just couldn't agree more. That's the $1 million question for us, right? Okay, guys, let's do our party, and then I'm gonna sign off. But you guys have been so great. I'm just so grateful. You guys did such a great job of helping me understand a lot of this stuff, some more things to think about, and you guys are just amazing. Okay, here we go.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here! Hit this! Go ahead, Malin! Slap her! Are you crazy? Hit her!
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell t-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux! Hit her! Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man! Knock her lights out, Malin!
Let go of me!
But y'all don't say that.
Malin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Have a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack of Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer! Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back! Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do. And now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
Looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Nothing like a good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it, I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly and I smiled at the son of a bitch for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, guys, so that is the our version of a chicken party. I love all you guys. You guys are so awesome. I love that movie, Steel Magnolias. So good. Good night, Jocelyn. You guys have so many great comments. I can't wait to talk to you all again tomorrow, and we will kind of have some exciting things to talk about again. It was a great conversation tonight. Again, thank you so much to Hindsight. You do such an amazing job, and you know, just very humble and always reminding us too that, you know, we're we're always doing it through God's path, right? So thank you all so much. Thank you, Holly S. Thank you, Star. Thank you to our Hey Jude. I love all of you guys so much. Thank you for dropping Gabby Petito Foundation, guys. If you're in a situation that you need to get out of, go there. There is a help button. There is an exit quick button, so you don't have to worry if somebody comes in the room that you don't want to see it. You can exit out real quick. It's really set up and designed to help women who are in a bad situation. Men too. It happens to men too. It's not just women. So we need to be aware of that also, but always just remember, and especially from my vantage point, from our sweet Crystal, that it's still a very real struggle that women go through. So again, thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, Star. Thank you so much, Sharon, Lori, all of you guys, Holly S. Gosh, Vana, thank you so much. Yes, pray for Sebastian. Let's all pray together. There is so much power in that. I really believe in it. I do. Good night, dragons. Good night, dragons. That is a cool emoji. All right, guys. Love you all so much. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. And let's pray that we get let's keep the momentum going and let's hope for solutions, right? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The turds. Holly S. Aw, thank you, Billy B. Thank you, guys. All right. I'll see you tomorrow.